Ready? Now call to order this regular meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. It is 5 p.m., Monday, December 14th, 2020, our last meeting of the current year. We are again meeting in the beautiful facility here at McDeeds Creek, and I offer thanks on behalf of the board for allowing us to take over this gymnasium. I would like to make note that due to a surging number of COVID cases within North Carolina, the governor has issued an updated Safer at Home policy. With that in mind, it is our hope to end this meeting no later than 9 p.m. to allow all those attending to get safely home before 10 p.m. We also continue to follow policy regarding the proper wearing of masks covering both mouth and nose. This is the requirement currently in place within our school properties and one that we will follow within our meeting. We ask that speakers lean well into the microphone to speak slowly and clearly to facilitate being understood by all. I'd like to go ahead and note that our work session scheduled for January 4th returns to a virtual format. This enables us to lighten the load being placed upon our small and overworked IT department. A decision about the regular January 11th meeting will be made closer to the date. Thank you again to Mr. Kent Eklund and the ground crew that have made this meeting possible. Is there a motion to enter closed session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion the board enter into closed session to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel information pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11, A1, A5, and A6, and General Statute 115C-319, and to consult with the board attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3.
Second.
Second.
All right, motion by Vice Chair Thompson, second by Mr. Dennison. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we will now go into closed session with a return slated for 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Oh, this is the, oh. That's the covenant for the Southern Pines Elementary School.
One of the speakers.
Yeah, I figured, it's the covenant for the Southern Pines Elementary School.
Okay. At least I didn't trip this time.
I'll call the meeting back to order. I entertain a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second?
A motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Vice Chair Thompson. Is all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. I'd like to take just a moment and recognize some town and county officials here with us tonight. We have Southern Pines Mayor Carol Haney and Council Member Mr. Murphy. And we also have, I believe, Chair of our County Commissioners here with us tonight, Frank Quiss. So thank you for joining us. All right, if you will now, please, we're moving to the Pledge of Allegiance. We have videotaped youngsters who are going to lead us with this.
My name is Ezekiel Thomas. I go to third grade at Carthage Elementary School. Please all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And that was Ezekiel Thomas, a third grade student at Carthage Elementary.
Hello, I'm Myra Moore, a fourth grader at Carthage Elementary School. I'm here to share some inspiration with you. With both my parents being educators, I feel like sometimes it's hard being an educator's kid. I try to please everyone because I learned the value of hard work, responsibility, and just how far kindness can go. Since the beginning, when we first shut down, I saw how hardworking my parents are. They were helping other students and still trying to help me. Mom had several mom moments, and she knew we had to get a routine in order to make it work for our family. She kept saying we needed to balance work and home in order to make it work. Once we found a balance, we made some great memories. We had family game nights, takeout, movies, PJs all day, only on the weekends though. Baking, swimming, and many walks out to the mailbox to get lots of Amazon packages. Now I see we're normal people, with just very normal household dramas that happen daily. We are still learning together, and I'm still getting pep talks and some minor correcting when they get home from work. No family is perfect. We all have our challenges that we have to face. Through this all, I do know that love keeps us strong. We are struggling together. We must smile together in order to make this work. Make sure you let others know how much you love them and just see how far kindness can go. Thank you, parents and educators, for your dedication to us.
Thank you. That was Mila Moore, a fourth grade student at Carthage Elementary. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. I would just like for us to take a moment of silence this evening. We have several staff members who are sick and shut in, and so just remember our staff and our students at this time, please. If you join me with a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, this evening's recognitions are done a little bit differently. Instead of recognizing a certified staff member, a classified staff member, a volunteer, and a student, tonight we instead recognize those that work behind the scenes in support of our schools. From the central office, Mrs. Rowley Sampson, Moore County Schools District Military Family Liaison. Mrs. Sampson is in her fourth year serving in the role of MCS District Military Family Liaison. She continually does an outstanding job of meeting the needs of military students and their families. She oversees programs such as Army Youth Programs in Your Neighborhood, known as AYPYN, Military Family Life Counselors, and the annual Military Family Forum. She is an expert on the Military Interstate Compact and oversees the Military Impact Aid survey process. Since taking over Military Impact Aid, she has increased survey return rates by approximately 40%, equating to an increase in funding of approximately $150,000 per year. Ms. Sampson, a military wife herself, recently earned her master's in school counseling from Wake Forest University last year, and she is licensed as a clinical mental health counselor and school counselor. MCS military students and families are fortunate to have Mrs. Sampson as a member of the MCS team, and we thank her for her dedication. Congratulations, Rolly. From our maintenance department, Mr. Gary Welch, Electronic Technician 2. It is our pleasure to recognize Mr. Welch, who works in the maintenance department as a Technician 2. Mr. Welch always goes above and beyond, putting others first and willing to take on any task just to make it easier for other co-workers. Mr. Welch is willing to work after hours setting up sound equipment, resolving problems with district telecommunications or intercom systems, or any other problem that may arise. Mr. Welch is a true gentleman, and the maintenance department is proud to have him on its team. Thank you, Gary, for all you do for Moore County Schools. From our technology department, Mr. Dana Dean, Project Manager. Mr. Dana Dean joined the Moore County Schools and has been a crucial part of the expansion of technology in schools. He managed the initial deployments of smart boards and projectors, which is now the standard for all classrooms in the district. Mr. Dean's work in network installations for expanding CTE labs, career and technical labs, and other instructional and operations equipment has been critical. One of his most recent accomplishments was the installation of outdoor wireless equipment to provide all Moore County school campuses with park and learn locations for staff and students to access high-speed internet even when schools were closed due to the pandemic. He also contributes to network-connected video security, classroom display refreshes, and other special projects as they arise. We extend our thanks and hope that he and his wife Dee Dee and his children Cassiana, Trinity, and Philip share our pride in giving him the Engage, Inspire, Succeed Award for December. Congratulations, Dana. And from our Ed Center, Mr. Neil Waters, speech language pathologist. I guess we'll get his picture. Mr. Waters has been with Moore County Schools for 16 years as a speech language pathologist. He took on the role of lead speech pathologist 9 years ago. Neil is the voice of reason, the person who listens, the person who is always willing to step up and lend a helping hand. He works with students from different backgrounds, different disabilities, as well as with his teammates through difficult situations. Mr. Waters is also a band parent, heavily involved with the Pinecrest High School Band, as well as volunteering for numerous other activities to support his daughters. His wife, DJ, is also a teacher with Moore County Schools. With a family tied to our wonderful school system, it is a bonus to be able to have a great leader such as Mr. Waters. Congratulations, Mr. Waters. And tonight we also recognize a student winner in a statewide competition. Each year, the Board of Education attends the North Carolina School Board Association meeting in Greensboro in November. This year, that meeting was virtual, and so we had to view student entries in video contests virtually as well. This month, I'm pleased to recognize Lillian Epps, a 6th grader at New Century Middle School. In the statewide student video contest this year, the topic, How Virtual Learning Changed My School Year, Lillian was named first place and received the award for her submission. It is now my pleasure to play her award-winning video.
training day, which lets me sleep in a little bit longer. I don't need this anymore. That's a win-win. Virtual school learning lets me do my work wherever I want, but I miss my friends, so I had to make some new ones. Hi everybody, having a good day? Virtual schoolwork allows me to do things I love, such as art. Today's art project was tie-dye. Look at these masterpieces. Virtual learning has been a great experience because I get to spend more time with my family. But sometimes it gets frustrating because I don't have a teacher right there next beside me to help me answer my question. We're all doing the best we can, and as all Centurions know, we're stronger together. It's been great talking to y'all, but now it's time for PE.
It was great.
Congratulations to Lillian and her camera crew there, the entire Epps family. I'd like to also take one moment to recognize an email that board members received today from State School Superintendent Mark Johnson. In the email, he notes that I'm pleased to let you know that certificates and congratulations are in order for the schools within the Moore County School District. Enclosed, you will find a graduation award certificate for the 2019-20 school year. A high graduation rate is an outstanding achievement that represents an impressive amount of hard work by students and educators. Please share the appreciation and congratulations from me and from the entire Department of Public Instruction. And I just have a hastily printed copy of the certificate, but it is one in which the Moore County schools are recognized for the graduation rate of 93.5%, an outstanding rate. Congratulations. All right, at this time, we will now move to our program highlight.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Grimacy, members of the board. We are very excited tonight to share with you a phenomenal leader who has created and been just a huge piece of our Big Ideas math. She has worked with her teachers, encouraged her teachers, supported her teachers. So I'm going to let Miss Debbie Warren from Carthage Elementary share her Bulldog innovations with the Big Idea math.
Thank you, Donna. Good evening, Madam Chair and our board members and Dr. Grimacy. Thank you so much for this opportunity tonight. You know, when Donna called me, I was like, oh yeah, I love to share good news with anyone about our Bulldogs. And I brought another very important Bulldog with us tonight, and this is Stephanie Mills. She is our assistant principal, new to Carthage this year, so very excited about that. So I did want to bring a few of the books that teachers are actually using tonight. They have 2 volumes. This happens to be a 3rd grade program, has everything spelled out for them there. You know, one thing I told Don I really like, we've had a lot of ELA programs. It was really time for us to have what we needed in math, and so we have it. Differentiated math task tells teachers, how do you do for one child? It needs something a little bit different than for other children. Got it in here. That's one of my favorites, I'm gonna say that. Assessment books. Here's some assessments that can be done just right at your fingertips. Of course, all this is digital. Skills review book. I really like this book because a teacher can say, we need to go back over, let's say, writing numerical expressions. Here it has vocabulary words that are used. It's got other examples that you can give to your students. Practice, more practice. That's really, really a neat resource there. And instructional resources that it has. Little other vocabulary cards, games that students can play. They just think they're playing games instead of really learning the stuff. And one of my favorites is math musicals. And it's really neat, and I think it's worth kind of saying here that storytelling puts math in real life context, and music helps children remember, and they certainly do. So you will certainly see that. And a couple of our favorite friends, I had to bring Newton tonight and Descartes. All right? Okay, so I want you to watch some of our teachers in action. And this is great virtually or face-to-face, and you will see that.
Bulldog teachers at Carthage Elementary have been busy implementing the new math textbook, Big Ideas Learning. Teachers and students have easy access to Big Ideas Learning through their Clever accounts. In second grade, Ms. Teeter is using the Explore and Grow feature of the Big Ideas math program. As you can see, these baby bulldogs are busy at work with addition. In first grade, Ms. Collins is utilizing the e-book on her smartboard. Students are able to follow along easily. In fifth grade, the Connect Academy students are able to follow along with Mr. Salmon while he uses the dynamic classroom. Take a look at all of that technology. Let's see some critical thinking in action.
Owen? I'm not students in 15, 20, are 13, 4200s to 10, and I will give 2,200.
Excellent. Excellent job.
Students are used to seeing these friends throughout the Big Ideas math textbook, Descartes and Newton. They are the main characters in their math musical storybook. Let's take a look at Miss Burns, Kindergarten Connect Academy teacher, performing a math musical with her students.
Doing my job. Round them up and count them up and send them all home. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Now isn't
that fun?
Both teachers and students have had to be innovative during this uncertain time. Ms. Huzzy, a virtual academy kindergarten teacher, uses Seesaw for students to upload their work. The teachers and staff at Carthage Elementary have been complete rock stars while implementing this new math program.
So as you can see, Ms. Warren and Ms. Mills at Carthage Elementary have a lot of fun doing lots of classroom visits to wonderful math ideas with a very innovative program. So we appreciate them sharing and being our program highlight tonight.
Thank you. Are there questions about this innovative math program, Big Ideas?
Where was this 10 years ago when I was teaching? That's what I want to know. Because that, as a teacher, you love to be silly, and this just gives one great reason of being silly. So I love it. It was great.
Thank you.
I have a question. So what are the results via standardized testing of this method? What are the testing results? Are the children learning better?
This is the first year with the program, so we have just now started implementation, and we are having our K2 assessment right now this week. But we are finding that the feedback that we're getting from teachers as they are progressing through the material, the kids are understanding the standards and are having great success. We will not have any formal assessment until we finish the K2 assessment, and then we'll have a check-in in January. So we'll know a little bit more about how the program has helped us move forward.
Good. I look forward to seeing the results. Thank you.
All right, other questions, comments? I know from my experience with Grammar Rock and the other aspects of the musical rock programs that are out there that children really do learn when it's set to music.
Yes,
so that's a great addition to a math program.
It really is.
For sure.
Yeah.
right, well, thank you,
Thank you, Ms. Warren.
Warren, Ms. Gephardt, and Ms. Mills. Hopefully, before this next semester is out, we'll be able to drop in and see it in action.
I hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we move to the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Mr. Hensley. All those in favor?
Levy, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Levy. You said
Oh, well, Mr. was it Mr. Levy? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Mr. Levy was the second.
That's
Mr. Hensley
okay.
was. Okay, Mr. Levy was the second. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion carries 7-0. All right, at this time, we go to public address to the board. Vice Chair Thompson?
Yes. Madam Chair, we do have 27 signed up to speak to this evening. And just for those of you who are speaking, would just like to provide some quick guidelines. We certainly appreciate your views, your comments, your concerns, and we ask that you please limit your speaking to 3 minutes. You will see the clock up on the screen, and it will start whenever you begin. We also would just ask that you just please, since we have so many this evening, please try to stick to the 3-minute window.
And as I stated earlier, we're on an effort to get the meeting through before 9 o'clock so that folks may be home before the 10 o'clock suggested time to be safer at home. So please speak quickly, but speak into the microphone such that I will be able to hear you, because we ask that you keep your mask on while you are still addressing the board. Ms. Thompson, if you want to give us a few names.
Yes, we have Mr. Garden from Southern Pines Land Housing and Trust. And then I'm just going to give the 4 names so that you'll be getting ready. After Mr. Gordon, we have Mr. Wilkinson, and then Ms. Carol Haney, and then Reverend Paul Murphy. In that order, please. Mr. Gordon is
There's 4
first.
chairs, too, if you guys want to get ready. There's 4 chairs right up front.
Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Chair. I hope you can hear me fine. Dr. Grimsley and members of the school board. It has been 2 years, and thank you for taking the time to address this important need that we will have a significant and historical impact on our community for years to come. We are at a decision point, and from our assessment, we are attempting to determine what is the best in the letter and the spirit of the law that meets the needs of the public, as pointed out in the executive summary for this meeting agenda. The Land and Housing Trust has worked tirelessly. We have successfully accomplished 2 of 3 of your conditions, experienced untruths and exaggerations of facts, and at the same time, we received tremendous outpouring of community support from a spectrum of residents that include different ethnic, gender, religious, and socioeconomic backgrounds. Many are here supporting us tonight. I consider 3 of the conditions on the Land and Housing Trust as meeting the letter of the law, the last being the cost. The spirit of the law requires more courageous position because you must earn the trust of people when winning their hearts. The spirit of the law makes us feel better as a community that we achieve what is morally and ethically right and normally has less monetary value. But it's a value found in uniting people and communities, establishing trust, and giving faith to what is possible. The school board will hear from a few courageous religious and community leaders that have the support of thousands of Moore County residents. You will hear from the mayor of Southern Pines, who just recently instituted a study conducted by the Development Finance Initiative from the University of North Carolina that recommended the best measures to improve the current situation in West Southern Pines. What is fair market value for Southern Pines Primary School? In January 2020, we all agreed to wait and see how the sale of the Aberdeen Primary School goes. To give us some other measure of cost, The Aberdeen Primary School is comparable to Southern Pines Primary School because it was built in the same era with the same specifications and located in the same community makeup. The open bid process so far is around $150,000, although the school's appraisal is at $635,000. Fenton Wilkinson will provide more on the market value appraisal and some clarity on the options. You will also hear a revised letter from the NAACP. So I'm asking you to act courageously and follow the spirit of the law. If needed, let's have a real open and honest negotiation to decide the last condition, which is cost. Residents of Moore County are behind you more than you think. The Land and Housing Trust will assume responsibility for closing the remaining issues with road, dedication, cemetery encroachments in the 1924 deed. We understand that this center...
Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll provide my other notes to Sonia.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Wilkinson. We're just going to cut it off.
I want to address two of the options staff has offered. Option one, sell the site to the land trust for $200,000. While the trust feels that a sale at $200,000 is the appropriate action, it is not the only option available to the board with regard to a sale to the trust. The trust's $200,000 offer is not its best and final offer. We have previously advised Mr. Ramey, quote, "This is not our final offer. We will base our final offer on the conditions known when we negotiate a contract." The trust has repeatedly requested to sit down with the school board to negotiate mutually acceptable terms of sale. We have always stood ready to listen to and weigh all evidence that the value of the school exceeds $200,000. We still stand ready to do so. With regard to the board's obligation to put the needs of the students first, we ask the board to keep in mind that the needs of the students include not only the condition of school buildings, but also the quality, breadth, and richness of the academic experiences. The trust plans for a museum, cultural arts center, and the Blanchie Carter Discovery Park will greatly enhance Moore County students' academic experience far beyond the budget of Moore County Schools allows. A sale to the trust would be putting both the academic and building needs of the students first. Remember, it's not always just about the dollars. The trust feels confident that the $200,000 cash, together with all the other values the board is receiving in a sale to the trust, is fair value for the primary school that meets the board's obligations under the North Carolina Constitution. The board needs to keep in mind that if it is ever determined that the constitutional fair value is more than $200,000, the board will suffer no loss. The trust is assuming through its indemnification agreement to both handle unlikely litigation and, if the court so offers, to make the board whole for any shortfall in value. Option three, sell the land directly to the portion of the site subject to the 1924 deed. The trust cannot agree to this proposition for two reasons. A purchase of only the 4 acres is economically not feasible for the trust. The activities occurring on the 4 acres are the lowest income producing of the entire site, and its operations alone will not economically be self-sustainable. It's the operations of the full 17 acres that make financing work. Also, a purchase of the 4 acres will not allow West Southern Pines community to achieve its goal of revitalization as West Southern Pines. Redeveloping the whole primary school site consistent with its history is a critical component of a successful revitalization strategy per DFI's recent report to the town of Southern Pines. The trust cannot agree.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkinson. Next is Ms. Haney.
I've never been this tall.
I'm sorry?
I said I've never been this tall. Good evening, Chairman Carter, Dr. Grimacy, and board members. My name is Carol Haney, and I have the privilege and honor of being the mayor of Southern Pines. Your board is facing a critical crossroads in its decision as to what to do with the Southern Pines Primary School. A little background, the former mayor formed a West Southern Pines task force about 20 months ago. For almost 2 years, the task force dealt with concerns and discussions important to the citizens of West Southern Pines. These discussions led to the hiring of UNC School of Government and subsequently hiring UNC to engage in the DFI study, the Development Finance Initiative. The council appropriated over $36,000 in March of 2020 for the study. The UNC study advises communities in North Carolina to attract private investment for transformative projects such as the Southern Pines Primary School, which was and is considered to be a community asset and anchor. The study supports the redevelopment of the primary school in a manner consistent with its history, and it looked to the town council for our blessings and leadership which it received. The vote was unanimously, enthusiastically voted for. Reviewing the study, a third of the study emphasized the school. While this is not a town project, we do recognize the importance the neighborhood and town places on this facility. DFI verified our beliefs relative to that statement. Any effort to lease the school as anything other than a school has a significant chance of triggering necessary site upgrades, something the board should consider given the dollars that will already be necessary to address long deferred maintenance. If simply holding the property is an option, the expectation from the town will be that the ground continue to be maintained and any inevitable structural issues or vagrancy challenges will be addressed immediately by your board. When I became the mayor of Southern Pines, my mission statement had one sentence. I said, make sure that every decision you make, it is the best decision for all of Southern Pines. Let me emphasize, we the town of Southern Pines support the DFI study. The school is a community asset and an anchor not only for the neighborhood of West Southern Pines, but to all of Southern Pines and our community at large. This year, it's been said many times, we are all in this together, and we certainly are tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Murphy.
Madam Chair, Dr. Grimacy and the board, I'm Reverend Dr. Paul Green Murphy, pastor of Trinity AME Zion Church here in Southern Pines, and also an elected official, the town of Southern Pines. And certainly, while I definitely concur with the sentiments just shared by our mayor, I come this evening simply as a citizen, as a resident of West Southern Pines, and in particular, one who has benefited directly from a particular location on Carlisle Street. Not just the school, but that intersection of Pennsylvania and Carlisle, 151 South Carlisle Street. That's formerly the home of Dr. Paul and Josephine Brown. They were the ones who took my father in after his mother died at 4, finding him going from trash can to trash can. They brought him into their home and taught him what family is all about. Since that time, after we became a family, my father would bring us to Southern Pines. So our whole understanding, our whole orientation of Southern Pines was right there on Carlisle Street. And my father, who at that time was an educator as well as my mother, would take me down the street to that particular building, which was the West Southern Pines High School at the time. This is back in 1963, not to give away my age. But I would walk down there and I learned not only the incredible value of family, but the value that my family placed on education. My father would let me put the little metal skates over my shoes so that I could kind of go up and down the sidewalks. And every Christmas since that time, until my grandparents, the Browns, died, I was able to have that particular journey from 151 South Carlisle all the way down to the present school. So I just petition, I ask that you consider, as the town of Southern Pines has been blessed by the generosity of the acquisition of 157 acres by someone who could have sold it for twice the amount, that you consider blessing our community to be able to receive this particular institution. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Zumwalt, Mr. Robert Jackson, Ms. Dot Brower, and Ms. Catherine Rucker.
Madam Chair, I have difficulty hearing the speakers because of the muffled of their whatever these things are called, masks. I believe the governor's executive order allows speakers who are addressing public entities to remove their mask to speak, and I'm having difficulty hearing the speakers. So I request that the speakers be allowed to remove their mask while they're addressing the board.
At this point, I would say I prefer that we not remove masks. Our policy is that we keep masks on while indoors. I might ask Mr. Eklund if he's able to turn up the volume just a bit, or to aim a speaker a little more closely to Mr. Hensley, since we haven't had a chance to discuss this issue.
And be close to the microphone.
Yeah, if you'll make sure that you are speaking close to the microphone.
I did notice from the work session last week that it was much clearer on the YouTube than it was in here. Anyway.
Mr. Zumwalt.
All right, well, I hope you can hear me and hope you can understand me. I really don't feel like my first thing that I'm about to say should be held against my time, because I think you should already know this. Madam Chair, you said that we would be adjourning at 9 o'clock because of the governor's edict, or not your words, mine. I would look for you to maybe glance down at your attorney. Hopefully he'll say I'm totally right or I'm totally wrong, but if you look at the order, it says, and this is in quotations, you're exempt, and this one says the United States government, state government, and local government. And you are local government, as you know. Did not mean that to be a condescending remark, but you don't have to adjourn at 9 o'clock. Okay. The last gentleman who spoke, I wish I could be so eloquent. He did a magnificent job, and I just wish I could speak that well. But I've got to take exception to kind of the whole thing of what he said, and let me tell you why. Being on the radio, most of you probably have not even heard of it, but it's a little over 100,000 listeners every day, and they let me know what they think. And as you know, we just had a vote, and some people were removed off this board because folks did not agree with the way things had been going. I've got to make that assumption. One of the things they disagreed about was the way you're spending money. I am one of those who is highly critical of our superintendent and remain so. I don't think that the right decisions are always made, or at least there's not enough questions asked when you spend money. But I'm glad to see that now we're going to start questioning things, and I'm hoping that the board will work very well together with no outright animosity among you. And that brings me to the last thing I want to say. We've been in this building twice now for a meeting, and it's a beautiful school. Who could possibly deny that? It certainly costs enough money. I'd like to encourage you to have your next meeting in one of the poorer parts of Moore County. How about having it up in Robbins at one of their schools, so that you can show people off those schools, and maybe you could figure out a way to build a school in the poorer parts of town without making it look like the Taj Mahal. And part of that is getting every nickel, every dime that you can get for these old buildings. And with extreme sorrow to the last speaker and the other speakers, I do think it's your obligation to get as much as you can for these properties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, school board. Elder Robert Jackson, clinical mental health and provisional licensed substance abuse therapist, owner and operator Jackson & McCall Consultant Agency, LLC, property owner, West Southern Pines. I am also chaplain for the West Southern Pines Civics Club. I'm born and raised in West Southern Pines, all of my 56 years. You ask, do we need it? Oh my God, of course we need it. We have to revitalize the community. You have to give them some type of a trade school, some type of parenting, some type of food service, and it starts in that neighborhood, in that community, because the school has been there all this time. So don't take away from, but add to, because we are our brother's keeper. I am also a private agency case manager in the community, in the neighborhoods, in Brookside. So I see domestic violence, I see substance abuse, I see molestation. There is so much going on in the world today, but we need to start in our community. And we need to have something there that is going to generate education, but also a vehicle for them to change and have something to look forward to. I hear the people, because I'm in the streets. I go into the neighborhoods, I'm into the homes. I hear their petition, I hear their wishes. And they are aware there needs to be improvement, and we do need better. But don't talk about it, be about it. Don't look at them, go out among them and ask them, what can I do to help you? That's how you build a community. It starts with family, it starts with God, and it starts with love. So if we don't start doing something to create development, then you're going to continue to have this vicious cycle of where they're dropping bodies every other day, where people are going and breaking in houses and stealing and killing. They're going to continue to do this, but if you give them something else, then they'll begin to do better for those that will do better. I wasn't always like this. I went through my struggles, I went through my issues in that same neighborhood, hanging out doing some things, but then God blessed me. And now I'm an educated man, master's degree, property owner, and on my way to my other successes. So therefore, where you come from is not where you're gonna stop, but it's always gonna be a determining factor that will take you to the higher heights. And it takes all of us working together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Brower.
That's a very hard act to follow, but let the church say amen. Dorothy Brower, proud graduate of West Southern Pines High School, class of 1969, the very last class, but not the last of the students to go to West Southern Pines or to Southern Pines Elementary, then Southern Pines Primary. Let us say and let us hear that we in Moore County have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to establish an educational, medical, and cultural site like no other in the country. The West Southern Pines Center for African American History, Cultural Arts, and Business. Major local, state, and national grant funders, individual donors, contractors, architects, bankers, historians, attorneys, and other professionals from outside and inside North Carolina have confidence in the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust. The trust has a comprehensive plan for the entire campus, not just a building or two. The trust was the creation of the late Reverend Fred Walden. Vincent Gordon and the board's development plans are fulfilling Reverend Gordon's dream of protecting and preserving land and housing in West Southern Pines, and his final wish of obtaining the primary school property. The plans are aligned with what current and former residents voiced in at least 3 community-wide meetings held in the last 3 years. This site would serve as the one location visitors in the area learn about the accomplishments of African Americans in the Sandhills and our link to the majority communities, how our ancestors played major roles in building resorts, towns, schools, and businesses, how our men and women served historically and heroically in the armed forces, with many achieving high honors and advanced to positions of great responsibility in local and federal government, higher education, the arts, and medicine. How our African American and Caucasian communities work together to ease the tensions of desegregation. How the year 1969 was a pivotal year in the southern end of our county as historical black and white high schools consolidated and formed the world-class Pinecrest High School, which continued to graduate students who made history around the world. This center will continue to be an educational entity, as some has said it would not. We cannot afford to give up the opportunity to educate and train families, not just individuals, but families. I am excited with the world seeing how Moore County Schools and the community produced a world-class center.
Thank you. Miss Catherine Rucker, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair and school board members. Thank you for your willingness to engage with Moore Montessori over the past 10 months as we have worked toward tonight's momentous vote. As you know, Moore Montessori is a public charter school, free and open to all children in North Carolina. Our mission is to be a vibrant learning community where diverse students build strong academic foundations, executive function skills, and trust in their abilities in preparation for lives of joy and purpose in the 21st century. We are a proud hometown public Montessori program with national recognition for our efforts to provide an excellent academic foundation for all children. Last week, we made an offer to purchase the Southern Pines Elementary School campus for $1.6 million. That amount exceeds the appraised value of the property by $500,000. The increased offer signals our commitment to make this campus our permanent home. All our work and partnerships will be for the benefit of public education in Moore County. As stewards of public funds, 1.6 is our best offer. I wanted to take a moment to thank the Moore Montessori Board of Directors who have worked tirelessly over the past 11 months to help us build community support. We are grateful to the Moore County leaders and over 1,000 community members who have championed Moore Montessori in its dream to be at Southern Pines Elementary. Thank you for considering our offer to purchase the Southern Pines Elementary School.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. DeGar, Mr. Tom Daniel, Mr. William Schaefer, and Mr. McCauley.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of Moore County, Madam Chair, Dr. Grimacy, and board members. My name is Ariadne DeGar. My emotions are closer to the surface than most right now. My grandfather, who graduated from West Southern Pines, passed away about 6 weeks ago. Southern Pines is my childhood. I grew up in New York. I spent every summer with my grandparents. Every Christmas of my entire life, minus one where I was working overseas and one where someone was ill, were spent here. My roots are here, as are those of many people here. Could I just ask, who went to West Southern Pines or has a family member that went to West Southern Pines? Knows somebody that went to West Southern Pines? West Southern Pines is the heart of that community. Every 2 years there was a reunion, and I went. There was one reunion for the whole school. People came from all over the world because they were still proud to have come from West Southern Pines. When I moved here, I became an honorary member of the class of '61. Because my mother wasn't here, I went to those meetings to help plan that reunion, because that was part of my family. So many great people are in this world and have done tremendous things in this world that came out of West Southern Pines. The right decision is not always the one that's most monetarily beneficial. Heritage is important to everyone, not just African Americans. There are heritage sites all over the world for so many different cultures. Do you think that they would sell Schindler's Factory because someone came in with $3 billion, $10 billion, $50 billion? The right choice is not always the one that makes you the most money. Sometimes it's the one that shows people that you believe in their history, even though it's not your history. That you want to help them build what they used to have, even though it's not where you came from. That's how you bring people together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Daniel, and then Mr. Schaefer.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I've asked the board to include in the minutes the transcriptions and parts of a conversation involving one of your recently installed board members. It aired on WEEB on July 27th and on a radio interview with David Hensley, also including Miriam Chu, Vice Chair of the North Carolina Republican Party, and addressed the land trust plans for Southern Pines primary. I've left copies of the transcripts for y'all to read, but this conversation includes statements that the Community Health Center, planned as part of this revitalization, equates to Planned Parenthood and quite literally, at 1309 in the recording, an abortion clinic. This statement was reinforced on their recording that is still available with a visual, also included in your transcripts, that emphasizes establishment of an abortion clinic. These are purposefully misleading and not based on any facts. To use a divisive issue like abortion to foster and encourage the public's resistance to the land trust in this way, to me, is abhorrent. Mr. Hensley was a private citizen when this transpired and had all the privilege of free speech that our citizenship entitles. He is now an elected official, should be held to a higher standard. He did not refute these statements at the time, and to my knowledge has not to this date. I believe he should state in a public forum that he acknowledges those statements to be false and misleading. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. My name is Colonel Clete Schaefer, and I'm a parent of a Union Pines student athlete. I would like to start by welcoming and congratulating the new board members. I look forward to your leadership and infusion of new ideas. To the legacy members of the board, it is clear in last month's election that the people of Moore County spoke and spoke loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, virtual education is a fallacy. It is failing our students on almost every front. The worst part is that our most vulnerable students, those from low-income, single-parent households, are paying the price. I personally know of students at Union Pines who are now working multiple jobs, and their virtual education has become their second, third, or fourth priority. They are not able to participate in athletics because they're failing their courses. And frankly, we are failing them. We need to open our schools and open them sooner rather than later. The parents of Moore County want less talk and more action from our elected board members. We don't want to hear why it can't happen. We want to hear how it can happen. Ladies and gentlemen, this isn't about politics, race, religion, budgets, or bonuses. This is the battle for the future of our children, my children, Greg Bigg's children. We should stop treating this battle like a routine board item agenda. This is a wicked problem that we need to surge on. We should have a plan in place today for the full-time instruction of our 6th through 12th graders, so that when we are totally prepared to execute at the earliest opportunity. Yet, here we are, tonight, talking about elementary school, the same topic we talked about back in October. The decisions you are making today will impact students for the rest of their lives. I challenge the board to do the hard work that is required so that we can get all of our Moore County students back in the classroom to receive the education they need but deserve. As the motto of the 22nd Infantry Regiment, 10th Mountain Division, Fort Drum, New York states, deeds, not words. And because I have 15 seconds left, I'll talk about another agenda item, the activity bus for Pinecrest High School. No way does Pinecrest need a new activity bus compared to what New Century Middle School has. Board members, go up and look at Old Rusty. Tell me what you think. Thank you.
Madam Chair, would you please request that all the speakers keep their face covering over their nose and their mouth as required by board policy?
Yes, thank you. As Mr. Dennison said, we do ask that you wear your mask over your nose and your mouth.
Madam Chair, Dr. Grimsley and the school board, thank you so much. I'm Anthony McCauley. I'm the CEO and founder of Males of Distinction Ladies of Merit Youth Organization here in Moore County. I am the owner of Gravity Drone Services as well. I also am employed by Friend to Friend as the Domestic Violence Intervention Group Facilitator. I am as well the board chair for the Moore County Transportation Advisory Board. I am also ran in 5 schools the School Impact Program, in which I held groups where young men between the ages of 8 and 17 years old, where I traveled these schools each and every day, as well as held a community outreach program for young men and young ladies, in which I have a group of community women who handles the young ladies. I said that to say all of this. We need to continue to move forward and allow West Southern Pines to have what we need in order to provide additional resources. Those additional resources I'm talking about, for instance, Mr. Dennison, your numbers of graduation rates are amazing. However, I know for a fact right now, a group of 9th grade young men who are headed to prison, school to prison pipeline, they cannot pronounce the alphabets because they've been missed from kindergarten all the way to now. A community resource center where music can be taught, Ms. Carter, where a drone program can be taught, where life skills can be taught, as well as educating them on the Tuskegee Airmen, the Buffalo Soldiers, so many other black history. I will not take away from the civil rights, Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks. There's other black history, cultural history, community history. This community, I'm from Davidson County. I've been in Moore County for 5 years. I love this community. They will not let me leave, okay? So I'm a part of it now. However, if we cannot take advantage of what's happening right now, open our eyes for this community to have a center where people can go, not only just black community, it's for the whole county. I serve a population in Carthage. The socioeconomic class up there is just as bad as it is in some other areas. I'm on the front line. I'm dealing with young men, teaching them how to live successful lives. We need this place. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would still like, the person that spoke before Mr. McKelly still does not have his mask covering his nose. Thank you.
Thank you, I believe it's
There's
Shaver.
many people out there. If you can just be respectful and just cover your entire nose and mouth, that would be great, because there's others that are doing the same thing. Thank you.
All right, at this time, that ends our first 30-minute period for public address to the board. We will return to public address at the second session within the evening meeting. At this time, I'm going to recommend a 5-minute recess to allow time for visitors and guests to leave who might choose to do so. We will resume again at 7:35. Meeting back into session. We'll be proceeding with board action.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. All right, we'll move now to board action. Dr. Grimacy, item A.
Madam Chair, the first item is an item for the board. As instructed last week, the clerk and I adjusted the board calendar for the coming year to shift the meeting on October 11th, Monday, October 11th, to Monday, October 12th, 2021. Other than that, the administration rests and awaits the board's direction on how you want to publish your meeting calendar for the coming year.
Madam Chair. Entertain a motion to approve the calendar as presented.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Dennison.
I had this item moved to action after I had a chance to think about it. I don't believe Columbus Day should affect our regularly scheduled meeting day. It's important that we not change dates unless absolutely necessary. Our community knows our meetings are on Mondays unless it's a state-recognized holiday and we do not have students in school. And we should be consistent. Therefore, I move we approve our board meeting schedule as originally proposed at our December 7th board meeting, and that our Monday, October 11, 2021 meeting not be changed to Tuesday, October 12, 2021.
And Mr. Dennison, you are very difficult to hear with that. I'm sorry.
I couldn't hear any of that.
Yeah,
Oh, you didn't?
very
Okay, here we go. Yeah, I had this item moved to action after I had a chance to think about it. I do not believe Columbus Day should affect our regularly scheduled meeting day. It is important we not change dates unless it's absolutely necessary. Our community knows our meetings are on Mondays unless it's a state-recognized holiday when we do not have students in school, and we should be consistent with that practice. Therefore, I move we approve the board meeting schedule as originally proposed at our December 7th board meeting, and that our Monday, October 11, 2021 meeting not be changed to Tuesday, October 12, 21.
All right, the motion has been made to return the calendar to its original recommendation, which had us meeting on Monday, October 11th, rather than Tuesday, October 12th, as was suggested this past week. Is there a second?
I want to speak first before I second.
No.
Oh, second.
There's no discussion without a second.
Second.
All right, the motion has been seconded. Now the floor is open for discussion.
I was going to say, it really doesn't matter to me. I think if Mr. Hensley has an issue with it, maybe we can postpone it for him if that's, or he just doesn't come that day. If you feel that adamant about it, Mr. Denson, I agree. The community knows that Mondays are our day to always have school board meetings, and some people plan around that. So that's why I second.
Okay. Are there other comments?
Of course I have comments.
All right, Mr.
How could I
Hensley.
not have comments on this? Okay, first of all, I look at the schedule, and September 7th, the work session is on a Tuesday, so this is not unprecedented. Secondly, Columbus Day is a national holiday. Many people, to include all federal employees, all military, and many private sector, to include my company, have this day off work. Let's say someone wanted to conduct business and deliver a letter, a registered letter to the board on the day of the meeting. They couldn't do that because the United States Postal Service is closed. It is inconsiderate to have the meeting on a federal holiday. Therefore, just like the board does on September 7th of this year that Ed Dennison voted for, I vote that we keep the schedule as it is, and we recognize that Columbus Day is a federal holiday, therefore we move the meeting to Tuesday. That's simple.
All right, other comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I would move to amend the motion to state that the calendar will be as presented. So in other words, I would move an amendment that we do this on the Tuesday and not on Columbus Day.
Okay. I don't think the amendment would be necessary. I think that we would, process would be to
The way it's
vote down the
presented, it seemed
motion
to
that
be
is on the
necessary.
floor,
I just
correct?
don't know.
That's fine. The motion to amend, under your rules of order, you would vote first on the motion to amend. If the motion to amend carries, there would be a vote on the motion as to whether to approve the calendar as listed in the executive summary. If the motion to amend fails, then you would go back to the original motion, which has been seconded, which is to approve the calendar that Mr. Dennison has recommended with the board meeting on Columbus Day.
All right, is there a second for Mr. Levy's motion to amend and return the calendar to its state, having the October 12th meeting date? Is there a second?
I'm confused what I'm voting for.
Well, you're not voting for anything if we don't get a second. Is there a second?
He wants to know, he wants you to repeat.
All right, what Mr. Levy has moved is that he's reversing Mr. Dennison's motion, basically, to return the calendar to the October 12th date, the Tuesday meeting date, as recommended on the superintendent's executive summary.
I second that.
All right, now there is a second. Is there other discussion other than the fact that we have made this so confusing? All right, seeing no further discussion.
Another recursive motion?
Yeah, except, obviously I'm not going to vote for that motion.
All right.
I didn't hear what he said.
Or for that amendment, I'm sorry.
He said he would not be voting for that amendment. All right, at this time, by show of hands, if you are in favor of the amendment Mr. Levy has just made, which is to amend Mr. Dennison's motion that the calendar revert back to the Tuesday, October 12th date for the meeting, raise your right hand. All right, opposed?
That's majority.
Okay, 4-3, the amendment is accepted.
Now
We are now going back to the original calendar as presented.
Call the question, Madam Chairman.
All right, the question has been called. All those in favor of the calendar as presented in the executive summary, which moves the Monday, October 11th meeting to Tuesday, October 12th, raise your right hand. Okay, that's by vote of 6-1 with Mr. Dennison voting against. The motion carries. All right, we have now passed the board calendar for January 2021 through June 2022.
Madam Chair, on behalf of the clerk and the superintendent, to be clear, you have approved the calendar as presented.
As presented.
That's correct.
As presented.
Which has the Tuesday, correct?
That's
Which
correct.
carries that on Tuesday. And let me make note that September 7th date is because we are closed on Labor Day, which is the Monday. And so that's why we do have that one Tuesday meeting.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Did we have to announce the consent agenda?
No, sir.
No, we did not. Okay, thank you.
All right, let's move on to item item B, the amendment to second semester reopening.
Madam Chair, I'll introduce Dr. Tim Locklear.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. Last week, during the school board's work session on December 7th, I presented an amended plan which included a refined recommendation to transition to Plan A for all K-5 students for 5 days a week to begin at the beginning of the second semester on January 5th, 2021. I also was able to bring you a status update from the staff on the work to bring that forward. The superintendent did recommend that the board consider a motion this evening to approve this amendment of the K-5 Plan A transition plan for students to begin 5 days a week on January 5th, 2021. And I'm certainly available to answer any additional questions or clarify anything that you may have to ask me. Thank you.
All right, is there a motion to approve the amendment to the K-5 Plan A transition plan, which will put students in school 5 days, in elementary school 5 days a week, beginning January 5th? Do I hear that motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Thompson. Is there a second?
I second it.
Second by Mr. Hensley. All right, now the floor is open for discussion.
I would just like to thank Dr. Locklear and the follow-up with staff to not only return back to the school for the 4 days that we had originally planned. But staff expressing that they're willing to go back that Wednesday instead of having that day for cleaning. We know that our students need to be in the classroom, and so I appreciate all the efforts that have gone into trying to make this happen. And also the plan that we're trying to make sure that we are set to transition our 6th through 12th graders as well. We appreciate all the extra efforts.
Yes, ma'am.
Other discussion?
Dr. Locklear, am I correct that the students who are currently in face-to-face cannot go to virtual in mid-semester? Am I correct on that?
We had an opportunity for current face-to-face students and our current virtual students to enroll or re-enroll in our all-virtual option for second semester. That window closed on November 13th. So now that that window has closed, you are correct. There is not the opportunity to do that.
Okay, so I wish to make an amendment, and but by explanation, I am concerned that some of the parents, by the way, I'm very much in favor of this, and I will, even if my amendment fails, I will always vote for this because opening up schools is essential. I wish we could do it for the high schools, but until the governor says we can, then we can't do that. But I would make an amendment to direct the superintendent and staff to be flexible with parents, as flexible as possible in allowing them to move from in-person to virtual in mid-semester, but not vice versa. In other words, not virtual to in-person. And the reason why I make that amendment is because I have had contact with several parents who are getting cold feet with regard to the uptick. And I'm concerned about that. And I'm concerned that parents get freedom of choice. So while I wouldn't direct the superintendent and the staff that they have to do it, I would ask that an amendment that they be flexible in allowing that if at all possible. That's my amendment.
I second it.
All right, there's been an amendment proposed, and that is that flexibility be given to the office of the superintendent in the reassignment of students from virtual to in-class or from in-class to virtual at various points within the semester.
No, if I could correct that. It is only from in-class to virtual.
Okay, so
only from in-class to virtual, not virtual to in-class, because the students, I'm doing this because of the pandemic and because of the uptick. And certainly there is no problem if the students are in virtual, let them stay in virtual, and for that I have to bow to the staff's need to keep its teacher assignments and things in an orderly fashion. But I'm only talking about those parents who a month ago, and it's been a month, decided to put their students into face-to-face, but are looking at the uptick and want to put them into virtual at this point.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. It would allow only students who are currently in the classroom 5 days a week have the option to move virtual if a parent so chose.
And Madam Chair,
simply allow flexibility is my understanding.
The scope of the action requested may be a little bit unclear. I suppose that could be worked out subsequently. But for clarification, the motion is to amend the principal motion. As with the previous motion to amend, the vote is on whether to make an amendment to the motion that was already made and seconded. If that carries, then it would be a vote on the amended motion. If it fails, it would be a vote on the original motion that was made and seconded.
Right. And that this current motion, which is the amendment, is to simply allow flexibility to our administrative staff in evaluating I'm assuming on a case-by-case basis, as students might request it.
Yes.
All right, all those, I have to add,
I'd like to
before we
explain
move on.
I'd like to explain my reason, if I could.
Okay,
before we
go ahead.
So it's not hard to imagine a scenario where a young, healthy family has made the choice that's best for them, for their children, to attend Moore County schools in person. However, say the young, healthy mother comes down with breast cancer and becomes vulnerable, or an elderly family member comes to live with their family situations change where they become vulnerable. So that's why I believe Mr. Levy wants, and that's why I want, and that's why I believe Mr. Levy wants parents to have the option to go from physical to virtual, because in recognition that family situations vis-a-vis vulnerability to the virus change over time.
Any other comments? I think probably what you're not familiar with is the amount of flexibility that does exist even in classroom assignments. Many cases along of this type are handled on a case-by-case basis, whether it's a student who becomes ill in the middle of the year himself and is allowed to move to a different situation. This happens on a regular basis within our schools, and I think that our administration would have accepted this challenge to be sure that everyone is in the right situation regardless. But at this point, let's go ahead and call the question on the amendment.
Madam Chair, it's customary to request the superintendent's recommendation.
Okay, you don't want us to vote on the amendment?
With your permission?
Okay.
No, on the amendment.
Okay, on the amendment, okay.
It is my recommendation that the board proceed to approve the amendment because it grants me authority that I already had. And on a case-by-case basis, particularly a situation as described by Mr. Hensley, what Dr. Locklear explained was a procedural expectation that the burden would rest with the parent to demonstrate that they had an overriding interest in making that move. And regardless of whatever the staff procedure is, I still have the authority to make that. So the amendment simply validates the authority that the superintendent already holds.
And just by way of explanation, Madam Chairwoman, mostly what I want is for the word to go out that this is possible. I don't want the parents to think that, oh, I can't do this because the rule says I can't do anything mid-semester, so I'm defeated before I start. I want them to be able to know that they can go to the superintendent or to the staff. Actually, I think go to the staff first, and then which go to the superintendent, and they can deal with that. That's mostly, it's a message to the parents that we are flexible.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? All right, at this time, we'll move to a vote on the amendment, which is simply allowing the superintendent to continue the flexibility he already had in place to assess each individual situation and make reassignments as necessary. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed? Okay, I'm assuming we just passed that 6-1 with Ms. Caldwell Ms. Caldwell voting nay. All right, this brings us back to the main motion, which is the recommendation to move to 5 days a week for kindergarten through 5th grade, beginning with January 5th, 2021.
Call the question.
As amended, Madam Chair, with the...
Sir?
It's the main motion as amended.
As amended.
Is now on the floor.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. All right, the motion carries 7-0. All right, Dr. Grimacy, we'll move on.
Yes, Dr. Locklear can stay put. We'll invite Mr. Barath to join him to offer an introduction to the recommendation concerning the purchase of an activity bus. Madam Chair, just to make sure the record is clear, the superintendent's recommendation on this is that we purchase a new activity bus. It was mentioned previously that that bus be assigned to Pinecrest High School, but that is not essential to the recommendation. Okay, so what's essential to the recommendation is the authorization of the board to grant the administration to move forward with a purchase that exceeds the small purchasing authority limit.
All right, the superintendent's recommendation is for the approval of a purchase of a new activity bus. Is there a motion stating such?
So moved.
All right, motion by Mr. Dennison. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Ms. Caldwell. All right, the floor is now open for discussion.
Well, Madam Chair, the board left the staff with several questions that the board wanted to
Sorry, I'm not going to let
have
y'all
reported on.
present.
So the gentleman has some follow-up on some requests that the board had last week, with your permission.
All right, yes, sir.
All right,
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Grimsey, Madam Chair, board members. As noted last week, Dr. Powers presented a proposed plan to purchase a new activity bus funded by federal impact aid funds. Mr. Baraff and myself wanted to share some additional information related to this potential purchase for the school board's consideration. You'll note in your executive summary, on the second page of the executive summary, there's several additional items that have been linked to the agenda. Last week, we did have the Moore County School Activity Bus Inventory, the quote letter, but we now have also added some additional supplemental information for your review that included a summary supplemental information related to potential activity bus purchase, which I'll refer to in just a moment. We also attached the North Carolina General Statute 115C-242, Moore County Schools Board Policy 7100, both of those relating to yellow school bus transportation, a legal memorandum related to school transportation written by School Board Attorney Mr. Ramey, also the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction 2019-20 yellow school bus refund rates. There were some questions around that, and Ms. Baraff has provided that. We also have attached the North Carolina High School Athletic Association 2021 athletic calendar, noting our high school athletic teams' participation in schedules and games that they're participating in, currently traveling to. I would ask Laura if she would pull up the supplemental information related to potential activity bus purchase. I'd like to walk through this very quickly and very briefly, just to highlight some information before we see if there's any additional questions or needed clarification before you move forward. The first bullet is the notes in North Carolina General Statute 115C-242 that is also attached in its entirety to the executive summary that governs the use and operation of yellow school buses. In general, this limits the use of school buses transportation to and from school for the regularly organized day and for the purpose of receiving and discharging passengers. Related to that, Moore County School Board's Policy 7100 also governs school transportation services, and that is based on general statute, and it notes, among other things, school buses may be used for purposes only expressed in that general statute, and yellow state-operated school buses may not be used for athletic activities or extracurricular activities. Also, just noting that activity buses are currently in use to support high school athletic teams' travel. There was a question, Mr. Baraff has provided information around the reimbursement rate for state-owned yellow school buses, $2.71 per mile. That includes the bus driver, and $1.68 per mile without the driver. Also some information about the operational cost of activity buses at 60 cents per mile. That includes transportation salary, all tires, tubes, vehicle repair costs, fuel. If you do an apples-to-apples comparison to the reimbursement state rate for yellow school buses, that would be $1.25 per mile. Activity buses are available on state contracts. The specific bus that we have presented to you for potential consideration is quoted below the state contract. There's some summary information there on the second page about federal impact aid funding. There were some questions about that from last week. In general, federal impact aid funding is reimbursement funds based on an application process that we go through based on the military-connected students we have in our schools. These funds can be used for any general fund purpose, such as instructional materials, salaries, transportation, technology, capital needs, and those can accrue over time. The last bullet deals with, there were some questions around the requirement or not having a requirement for seat belts for large capacity buses, and Mr. Baraff has provided information there. And so Mr. Baraff and myself are certainly available for any additional questions or needed clarification at this time.
I have a question, sir.
Yes, sir.
What are the benefits of buying a bus over the maintenance needs of the schools?
As I think we noted last week, we talked about there's critical needs across the district. But we have our athletic teams and our extracurricular teams that currently have been traveling to places. I think we noted last week, we certainly have many instances and examples of buses that are breaking down. We're getting to the end of life for activity buses, and this is definitely a critical need that staff feels we need to provide for our students at this time.
Oh, go ahead. Do you have more? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No,
No.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I was just going to say, so the Pinecrest bus that they have now, will you use it for another school? Or will it go to the graveyard, so to speak?
The plan is, Pinecrest has the oldest bus in use by high school at this point. That bus would be moved down to our middle schools, and then the bus that is the oldest, or the one, it might not be by years, it may just be by use, would then be put in reserves, as you noted, in the graveyard or on our transportation lot, to use as a replacement bus if we needed to.
So the gentleman out here that was saying New Century, I think it was? New Century, they could look at that and see if, see if we were allowed to switch that out as well.
Yeah, we would certainly be looking at that, the entirety of our whole bus fleet.
Yeah.
And based on the bus that needs it the work the most, so to speak, that would be moved out and moved to the transportation lot. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
I think we've dispatched Mr. Barath. Obviously.
I was afraid we didn't pay the electric bill.
It's not 10 o'clock.
I do have a question. If I read your materials correctly, there are 5 buses currently, 5 activity buses currently at Pinecrest High School?
At Pinecrest High School, that's correct.
Okay. There are currently not a lot of extracurricular activities and sports things going on. Why do we need 5? We need 5 buses for one school. How often are 5 buses used at one time?
Under normal circumstances, there are many days where Pinecrest may be searching for another bus because of the activities that they have going on. Now, obviously, we're not in normal times with the pandemic. However, this would be an opportunity to take advantage of replacing a very, an aging fleet and to begin that process as we can.
And I was concerned that I didn't see mileage on these buses. I saw years, but I didn't see mileage. Is it true that one of the other schools actually has the oldest bus by age?
The oldest buses are at the middle schools.
Yeah.
West Pine has one that dates from 1992, according to the materials we were given, yes. One of the things I always understood about our buses at the high schools is, although we call them a high school bus and it's located at Pinecrest High School, that doesn't mean it's not used for the football team from West Pine to travel to Southern Middle to play ball. Those buses are simply kept in that end of the county such that they are more easily accessible to the schools that are in that area. But it also doesn't mean that a team from Pinecrest might not travel on a Union Pines bus one day. They're not locked to a particular school.
I would also like to add that right now, even under our COVID restrictions, activity buses are limited to 1 per seat. And so in some cases previously where one bus might have taken the entire team, they are taking 2 buses for the need of the team to get the seating to work out.
I still have.
A permanent solution for a temporary problem.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
No, go ahead. I got 4 pages of comments on this.
Well, then you better go ahead.
Okay, this topic is much bigger than buying an activity bus. This topic concerns lack of budgeting, lack of setting priorities, lack of setting reserves for replacement, and inter-school charges and where that money goes. But before I go into that, I don't know if most people know this, but we are paid to be on the Board of Education. Why don't we raise money to buy this bus? Lisa and I will contribute $50,000 in matching funds to buy this bus. Each Board of Education member up here gets paid $390 a month. The chair gets a little extra, $465. If all the members of the board, they don't have to decide tonight, but if all the members of the Board of Education pledge a year's of their Board of Education pay, Lisa and I will match that. That comes to $67,320. That leaves $16,240 for the public, for the Moore County public to raise, and then Lisa and I will match that. And then we'll just buy an activity bus through the contributions of the Board of Education and the citizens of Moore County. So again, BOE members, I want to talk to you about this. I couldn't do it in closed session. That's a proposal on the table, but on to my comments. So over the last year, we have been told that the following are critical priorities: school facility repairs, classified staff raises, additional teachers, counselors, nurses, and psychologists, all of which could use military impact funds. Yet, when magically $100,000 in military impact funds are found, the previously unidentified needs are forgotten about, and all of a sudden the previously unidentified need for a bus pops up. That is what the citizens of Moore County voted against when they voted out 3 of the previous board members. It forces me to ask, how is this need not identified during the last budget process? Where's the unfunded priority list, which has been properly vetted through the central office, start with the principals in the schools, vetted through the central office, published for public comment, and approved by the Board of Education? Why do we not have an unfunded priority list so we know best how to apply funds when they become available like this? Thirdly, where's the reserve fund to replace these buses? From the last meeting, we know that a $100,000 bus is good for 250,000 miles. That puts the cost of replacing the bus at 40 cents a mile. It's simple math. You can see the state charges you 38 cents a mile for bus replacement. A prudent organization, public or private, to include the state because they do it, would accrue and reserve or set aside 40 cents per mile to replace their activity buses. Apparently, that's not been done in previous years. It must be done now. As Mr. Brass stated we don't have enough information to make this decision. As Mr. Brass stated last meeting, activity buses last for 250,000 miles, and then they need to be replaced. Yet, the Board of Education is given a chart that shows buses by school and their age, not their mileage. Well, age is not the determining factor per the previous meeting of when you retire a bus. How are we supposed to make a decision if we're not given the proper information? State regulations appear to allow yellow state-provided buses for field trips and perhaps some extracurricular activities, but it's the practice of Moore County schools, I believe, to not use activity buses for field trip, or to use activity buses for field trips by yellow school buses. The second question I have is, where's the money going? I've had concerned parents reach out to me, and I haven't been able to confirm this, but they've mentioned the reimbursement rate for activity buses. They report that athletic groups and other extracurricular teams and organizations have to pay a reimbursement rate that exceeds the 60 cents per mile that Mr. Braff reported it costs to operate a school system bus. What I and the parents who reached out to me want to know, if the groups are charged more than the 60 cents per mile to operate the activity buses, where's the extra money going? Does it go to the schools? Is it returned to the maintenance shop? In addition, I would like to know why any extra charges over the actual operating costs were not accrued and put into a reserve fund to buy the replacement buses. That's a prudent thing to do, and that's what any prudent and financially responsible organization would do. Additionally, why weren't the excess charges, if any, used within the transportation department to fund pay raises for mechanics and other personnel responsible for bus maintenance? The 60 cents per mile operational cost, I don't want to get into it, but that's wrong. The $1.25 is wrong. We can save that for another day. I noticed that our school policy prevents the use of 12 or 15 passenger vans to transport students. You know, there's plenty of teams who use extracurricular teams. There's tennis teams, there's sports teams, there's chess clubs, there's debate clubs that don't come anywhere near filling a full bus, and putting 8 to 10 students on a giant bus, besides looking ridiculous, is very inefficient, environmentally responsibility, a waste of resources, and it sends the wrong message to our students when you put 5 students on a 33-passenger bus and truck them across the state. Like Mr. Levy, you know, I studied the upcoming North Carolina High School Athletic Association approved state sports calendar and determined from the information given, it's impossible to determine the number of activity buses used by a school, yet I'm expected to vote on a new activity bus when I studied the information given, I can't tell whether it's needed or not. The information that was presented showing the North Carolina High School Athletic Association is better presented in a Gantt chart which shows dependencies and overlap. I believe that the demand for activity buses would be much, much less if we had 12 to 15 passenger vans were allowed for smaller teams. So, Madam Chair, what I would like to do, and I'll put forth a motion, is that we put a hold on this spending this money for the activity bus, but not my offer to buy it by raising money, that we put a hold, so here's my motion. I would like to put a hold on spending the money until a full accounting and disclosure of the military impact aid is made, where it's spent, is made to the citizens of Moore County. A full list of Moore County school unfunded priorities be developed, vetted through our schools and their principals, staffed through the central office, the public be allowed to comment on the list of priorities, then the list is finalized and approved by the Board of Education. Then I would like a subcommittee set up to study activity buses, the current policy practice surrounding them to include ownership of the buses, intra-district reimbursement rates and where the money goes, exploring expanding the use of yellow buses and or more environmentally friendly and efficient 15-passenger vans, and setting up mechanisms to accrue and reserve funds for activity bus replacement so we never find ourselves in this situation again. Finally, this subcommittee, which I am volunteering to head, would study the above, hold public hearings for input, and report back no later than the February Board of Education meeting. That's my proposed amendment.
Madam Chair, just procedurally, it may be helpful. That was quite a while ago. There was a motion made and seconded to authorize the purchase of the activity bus. I believe Mr. Hensley's just made. I would interpret that as a motion to postpone to a future date discussion of this action item until all the many conditions that he listed were met. I couldn't recapture that all, but we could capture that later in the minutes. I believe that's the substance of the motion.
Okay, so the motion is
that's
to
a motion
table.
to table, essentially, to a certain time in the future.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, the motion was made and seconded. Unless there's further discussion and we really need to make this meeting move along, let's move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to table this proposal to purchase an activity bus, raise your right hand.
Wait, to table it?
To table. Yes, your motion. All right, that is 3 in affirmation. All those opposed? All right, the motion loses 4-3.
That leaves the principal motion, and just in the interest of making sure that all board members have an opportunity to speak, I think several members have spoken on the underlying motion already, but I would suggest you give anyone else who hasn't spoken yet an opportunity to speak before.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the main motion, which is the purchase of an activity bus?
May I finish? I think Stacy's not.
Okay, Mr. Holmes.
And this is directed towards the board. We have a fiduciary responsibility to these children. We're under a pandemic right now because we found, or we're getting, what, $95,000 and some change off of the impact aid. We don't need a bus. We have more important things, more bigger obligations than this right now. We don't need to do it.
All right, is there anyone else that wishes to speak on the main motion, which is the purchase of an activity bus?
I do, but I want to defer to anybody else who hasn't spoken, who needs to speak before I do.
Is there anyone else? Go ahead, Mr. Levy.
Yes, I would like to speak. For the points, well, never mind. I've made my points, but for the points I made earlier, I think it's reckless. I think it's unplanned expenditure when we don't even have a priority list from which a predefined priority list that we apply our available funds to.
Thank you. Mr. Levy, did you
Okay,
have
yes,
other-
I've made a lot of them. I've made several amendments that have passed. This may be a Don Quixote moment, but I could not, I could not allow this motion to pass until I make a motion that the board purchase a bus only if they purchase seat belts or appropriate child restraints for the buses, because I do not believe that I could sleep at night knowing that I hadn't tried to make these children safe.
I second the motion.
Madam Chair, I would interpret that as a motion to amend the principal motion. So again, we're voting on whether to amend the main motion that's already on the floor.
All right, there's been a motion to amend to add seatbelts as a requirement to the purchase of an activity bus. Is there anyone with discussion on this amendment?
I would point out that within the last month, this Board of Education spoke about expanding athletic trainers based upon the fact that apparently an athletic trainer saved a student's life. So if we could hire additional athletic trainers at whatever they're paid, much more than the $7,000 to put seatbelts in an activity bus, then therefore it is worth spending $7,000 to $8,000 for seatbelts to potentially save a student's life.
Other comments?
One final thing. The North Carolina Department of Public Instruction went to North Carolina State University, and on July 25, 2016, the North Carolina State University group basically recommended that seat belts or proper restraints be placed on all buses. The argument is that buses are supposedly compartmentalized so that children are not as vulnerable as they might be in a car. The problem is that children, for the most part, are out of position when driving in a bus. In other words, when they're not seat belted in, they are in the aisles, they are standing up, they are doing all sorts of things. And when a driver hits the side of the bus, and particularly in rollover accidents, children get hurt and children get killed. And there are two other reasons to do it. One of the reasons is that it actually helps with discipline, so they found, because when kids are seat belted in a bus, they're not jumping around, yelling and screaming and disturbing the driver. But more important, the law of physics is not suspended in a bus. In other words, a body traveling at 60 miles an hour continues to travel at 60 miles an hour when the bus hits and stops. And the child goes bouncing through the bus, and that is where the injuries occur. So when we think about bus transportation and we think about the fact that children have to go to school, and when we think about, as parents and as grandparents, we think about, would I dare put my child in a car without a seat belt or without a proper restraint? The answer is no way. And as a matter of fact, my youngest daughter, her life was saved by having a proper restraint in a car. So with that, I would submit and ask that if we purchase a bus, that it be purchased with proper restraints.
I don't know about the study that you just cited at NC State, but it's my understanding that the National Transportation and Safety Board does not recommend seat belts for the large school buses. Their recommendation of seat belts is only on the, I think it's the 10 to 14 passenger buses, which Moore County doesn't even own any of those size buses, correct?
Correct. We do not own any of those buses, and the parameters by 10,000 gross vehicle weight pounds.
Right, so the recommendations for seat belts on a bus are only when it is the smaller bus. I might also mention to Mr. Hensley that the reason schools don't use the 12 to 15 passenger vans is the fact that they are not deemed safe. And so they were discontinued and have been discontinued at, as far as I know, just about every school system in the state and maybe elsewhere. I'd have to do some research to find out exactly why and what sort of accidents were connected to those particular passenger vans. But I can tell you that we did used to have passenger vans in the Moore County schools.
Which is why I recommended a subcommittee to get to the bottom of that issue and other issues as well.
And that is something for future consideration, and we'll check into that.
And I might also correct you in one portion. The National Transportation Safety Board, because I've done some extensive research, especially since our last meeting, does not require seat belts in buses, but does not only allow, but the head of NHTSA favors, or at least in 2015, favored the use of seat belts in buses. I might also add that one of the things that we learn in law school is that it's not sufficient just to follow government regulations. Sometimes common sense dictates what a jury finds in an accident case. And sometimes a judge and a jury can find liability for people who follow all the rules of the road, so to speak, but just do not do what the jury feels is reasonable. And it is reasonable, and by the way, it's a good life lesson to teach our students that when they go into a car, they buckle up. When they go into a bus, they buckle up. It's a daily lesson so that when our students get into a car when they're 16, they're comfortable buckling up. And as I say, the laws of physics, if you can imagine a school bus falling on its side and tumbling over, being hit sideways, and you can imagine those kids tumbling all over that bus, if you can put a seat belt on them, just like we do in cars, and prevent that injury, then you've done a marvelous service to the students. And for what I consider at $7,000, I consider it a cheap price.
Madam Chair, I call the question.
All right, the question has been called, and this will be a vote on simply adding the restriction that seatbelts must be required on an activity bus if purchased. Am I correct, Mr. Ramey?
This is a motion to amend the motion to purchase the bus to also require that seatbelts or other appropriate child restraints be included.
All right, so
Correct.
we're voting
Just a motion
simply
to
on the
amend.
amendment.
Just on the amendment, voting on the whether to amend the motion, correct?
Okay, so the amendment is to change the motion to require seatbelts on the bus at a cost of an additional $7,000 to $10,000. All right, all those in favor of the amendment to add seatbelts to the requirement, raise your right hand. 3 in favor. All those opposed? 4 opposed. The motion fails. All right, now we will go to the main motion, which is the purchase of the activity bus as proposed at a cost of, gosh, I can't remember the cost now, $95,000.
Call the question.
So all those in favor of purchasing an activity bus, raise your right hand. 4. All those opposed? 3 against. The motion carries. Thank you. All right, Dr. Grimacy, we'll move on to the next item.
Madam Chair, at this time, I'll introduce Mr. Andrew Cox. And again, on this item 6D, bonus for classified employees, you did receive an introduction to this matter last week, but again, based on board questions and requests, Mr. Cox has some supplemental information that he'd like to share in advance of your further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Cox.
And by the way, let me just add before you get started, I have rested with the recommendation that we made last week. But as Mr. Cox will show, he's offering some options to the board that the superintendent will be very willing to adjust that recommendations depending upon what the desire of the board might be.
Okay, so before we entertain a motion, we'll go ahead with your presentation.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Grimacy, members of the board. Last week I did present a proposal for a one-time $200 bonus for classified employees employed as of December 1, 2020. Tonight, I want to share some additional information and provide some clarifications. That additional information is based on the discussion that the board had last week. If you'll go ahead and go to the presentation. So on the first slide there, it's just a recap of the need for the bonus, and I won't go into that since we talked about it last week pretty much in detail. Based on the discussion, I'm providing different options for the board to consider. While we're still recommending the $200 bonus, but we are providing costing options and clarification based on that discussion last week. As you see here, a $200 bonus will cost approximately $110,000 for the bonus itself. We're responsible for the employer portion of FICA as well as retirement to the state. So that total cost of the $200 bonus would be $144,000. And again, I just want to reiterate, this is a one-time bonus using one-time funding that's not recurring. Based on the discussion, there were some comments about why not $350 the certified staff receive from the state. So I did costing on that. That bonus would be $193,000, FICA's $14,000, retirement's $43,000 for a total of $250,000, an additional $100,000 approximately for going to $350 bonus. And also costed $1,000 bonus, which was also commented on, $550,000 for the bonus itself. FICA is $44,000 and retirement's $121,000 for a total cost of $715,000 for that $1,000 bonus. I do want to clarify, it is for 550 employees, approximately 550 classified employees. It's for those who have not received a pay increase over the last 2 years. It's also those who are not paid on a step salary schedule and who are employed and in pay status as of December 1, 2020. I will note, we did not include substitutes, we did not include directors and above, we did not include daycare and bus drivers. And if you go on, and the reason why daycare employees are paid specifically from the proceeds of the daycares themselves. There is no local funds contributed to that, so we would not ask the board to include them because that's adding additional dollars to the district instead of having the daycares cover them themselves. If you pass the motion and daycares choose to do it from their proceeds, they would be fine to do that. Bus drivers were excluded because in 2017-18, the state provided significant funds for additional pay for bus drivers only. Moore County Schools implemented a classified salary schedule at that time, well, a bus driver salary schedule, which was a step schedule, so meaning for each year that they drive the bus, the next year they'll automatically get a pay raise similar to what teachers do. When we created the schedule, some bus drivers receive as much as $4 an hour based on their years of experience or a 30% increase. And the smallest one was that first step was 20 cents per hour, which is 1.5% increase. So as I mentioned, the bus drivers already receive a salary step each year, so they have been receiving pay increases each year, range from the smallest of 1.1% to 1.5% yearly. So those are the reasons that the bus drivers were not included in the bonus.
Can I ask a question on that real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of our assistants are bus drivers, so would the assistants still get the, if we did 250 or 350 bonus?
So the teacher assistants? Yes, they would get it as a teacher assistant,
Okay.
not as a bus driver. They would get it as a teacher assistant, yes. Because that would be their primary job, so they would still be included, yes. So just those who are specifically bus drivers, right, who don't have that other additional employment, yes, correct. So here's a summary of the CARES Act funding that we're proposing to take the money from. As I mentioned last week, the board approved personnel costs of approximately $1 million out of that $1.8 million from CARES Act. was carrying over $800,000 into the fiscal year 22 budget to plan for return of students. We talked about ADM, average daily membership held harmless, where we're anticipating a decrease in revenue. So this $800,000 carrying over would help us not have as much of a hole going into next year when hopefully more students would return after the COVID pandemic. So if we take that $150,000 that we're proposing at the one-time $200 bonus, that would still leave us $550,000 carrying over there. And as a finance person, I try to be risk averse as much as possible. So the smaller the hole that I have to cover, the more comfortable I am. So that's again why I'm recommending the $200 bonus as opposed to a higher bonus to prevent us from being in a larger hole. I know one of the questions last week, before I get into discussion and questions, was a question around total budget for classified employees. Total budget for classified employees, including salary and benefits, is $22.5 million, and that does exclude bus drivers and cafeteria workers. The reason they're excluded in that is because they're paid from separate funding sources. If you did include them, that's additional $4.5 million cost of that. 54% is funded by the state, 42% from local current expense, 3% from federal government, and 1% from local special revenue funds. And again, just to reiterate, we're recommending a $200 one-time bonus using the one-time CARES Act funding for classified employees, as I mentioned, that we determined the eligibility for, and happy to take any questions.
Andrew, if you could, would you go back to the chart where you showed the breakdown of the different levels of bonus payments right here? So to summarize, you've started out with $150,000 in expense, which covers the $200 bonus, which is actually $144,000, so you've got some change. So then the board has $550,000 additional dollars that it can evaluate that risk. You know, to what extent will you need to carry that over in order to add some positions next year to cover a anticipated increase in your ADM, for which you won't have state dollars at the beginning of the year?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So, so really the discussion for the board is, if the board wants to be more generous with the bonus, you just have to accept additional risk and diminish that $550,000 carry.
Yes, sir.
And of course, if there's board members that don't understand any of that, they now have their opportunity to ask questions. Madam Chair.
Thank you. The board will now entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we give the classified staff a $200 bonus, and I'll list my reasons after.
Okay, that motion, in case you couldn't hear Mr. Dennison, was that we now provide a $200 bonus for classified staff as specified by Mr. Cox. Is there a second?
I second.
All right, second by Ms. Thompson. The floor is open for discussion.
I'll give my reason why.
All right, Mr. Dennison.
I'm very concerned and want to ensure we have enough funds to cover the expenses for additional students next year. I have no idea what the General Assembly will do, and we have to present our budget to the commissioners before we know what they will do. Classified pay, though, is definitely an item that we need to include in our legislative agenda. We've been trying to do that for years with absolutely no success.
Thank you. Mr. Hensley, did you have something?
I do. First of all, this should not be called a bonus. This should be called supplemental gap pay to make up for the lack of raises over the previous decades. I know in the slides that Mr. Cox presented that state employees received a 5% pay raise over the past 2 years, while classified staff received none. Further, I noted that teachers received a 110% pay raise over the past 20 years, while classified staff employees received only a 42% pay raise during the same time frame. While the Consumer Price Index also known as inflation, increased 56% during the same time frame. So, certified staff received raises twice the rate of inflation, while classified staff received raises 25% below the rate of inflation. That's unacceptable. Based upon a 2,000-hour work year, the $200 supplemental gap pay is 10 cents an hour. I would propose a $1,000 supplemental gap pay, which is 50 cents an hour. Aren't our classified staff worth 50 cents an hour pay raise? It's my understanding that our lowest paid classified staff is around $11.68 an hour. Using the lowest paid of the classified staff, a 50 cent per hour wage gap payment would be a 4.2% increase, still below the state employee pay increase. The percentage decreases as a person's pay increases. For example, a person making $20 an hour, this would represent a 2.5% pay gap increase. Therefore, I suggest the following. For enumerated people who have worked for Moore County Schools for more than 1 year, a $1,000 pay gap payment, $500 in January and $500 at the end of the semester. For those who have worked for Moore County Schools for a year or less, the payment is prorated when the amount is anyway, there's a formula. I also suggest that the central office and Board of Education immediately do the following. Identified classified staff cost of living increase be identified as a priority in the 2021-2022 budget. Although really it was identified in the last budget, but the Board of Education just voted to spend $100,000 on an activity bus that could have been applied to the classified staff raise, and I even offered to pay out of my own pocket half that bus. So, we need to have genuine priorities in budgets, not just pay lip service to it. We need to work to ensure that no full-time Moore County school employees make less than a living wage of $15 per hour, and that all no one in my companies make less than a living wage of $15 an hour. Surely Moore County can do the same for their citizens. And ensure that all classified staff are paid competitive wages while keeping in mind the generous state retirement and health benefits they receive. Finally, we need to begin lobbying the state legislature, and I've already started doing that, to provide annual pay raises for classified staff. And fourthly, this is important, we need to have an honest discussion on the reprogramming of money within Moore County schools. Reprogramming money or redirecting money from one cost center to another without explicit Board of Education approval circumvents both the will and intent of the Board of Education and is therefore unacceptable and undesirable. Towards that end, I recommend the Board of Education implement the following policies. First, without explicit permission of the Board of Education, money from empty billets, i.e. billets that have gone unfilled, cannot be used for any other purpose. A monthly report of money available from empty billets must be made to the Board of Education, who will then decide how that money is used. And I'll tell you how I'll vote. If there's empty classified staff billets, that money's going back to pay our existing classified staff more. It's not going to be used for other pet projects, such as activity buses. Secondly, unless explicitly approved by the Board of Education, any money generated from intra-department charges, for example, charges for activity buses, must be reasonable, and any net proceeds can only be used to fund legitimate expenses of that department. Therefore, I make, if I got this right, Mr. Attorney, I make a motion to amend whatever, that the amount of the bonus be modified, be increased to $1,000, $500 payable in June, and $500 payable at the end of the semester, with those employees working less than a year are paid on a prorated basis. Thank you.
Mr. Hensley, point of personal privilege, I guess it is. Mr. Hensley, you said paid in June and at the end of the semester.
I'm sorry, paid in January and at the end of the semester.
Okay, yeah.
And Madam Chair, that, again, we have a motion to amend the principal motion. So I guess the question is if there's a second for that motion to then open debate on the motion to amend.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Mr. Levy. All right, the floor is open for discussion on the amended motion, amendment to the motion, which would be to increase the payment to classified staff to $1,000 with $500 paid in January and $500 paid at the end of the semester in June. According to Mr. Cox's statistics, that would be $715,000. More or less, with some of it prorated to the employees of less than 1 year. Are there comments or questions concerning this amendment?
Yeah, I just wish that we could have used that 95,000 for this to help go towards this.
Madam Chair, I have a couple. I think doing this is fiscally irresponsible since we have no idea how much money we're going to get from the state. If we don't have money available when school opens next year for the additional employees, we may have to cut programs that are more critical than this. Now, I have no problem seeing how things go if we have more money left over later to give the additional classified staff more money. Heavens knows I've been trying for 5 or 6 years of working with the legislators to try to get something like that done, and Phil Berger won't even talk to me anymore. So those are just my comments. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Cox, for the $715,000 for the 1,000 bonus, if that were to occur, where do you see those funds coming from? Do you see those coming from the CARES dollars?
That's the only place that they could come from. I mean, we don't have additional source of revenue for it at this time.
I'd like to chime in on that if I could, please. So let's talk about the potential sale of Southern Pines Elementary.
Mr. Hensley, that's off topic right now. Let's stay just on your amendment.
No, ma'am, the topic is where are we going to get the
Moment.
funds? I'm going to explain that. It has to do with
Madam Chair,
reprogramming funds.
Madam Chair, Robert's rules would have a preference that allow people who haven't spoken on the motion yet to have the opportunity. At some point, if the board wishes to, there can be ongoing debate as long as the board chooses, but it's customary to allow people who haven't spoken to the motion. In this case, the motion to amend is on the floor, and I believe Mr. Levy and Mr. Hensley have spoken to it. Just a suggestion, customarily, we would allow other members who haven't spoken on that to, and I believe Ms. Thompson and Mr. Holmes have spoken briefly on it. Just a suggestion. And then there could be ongoing debate unless and until someone makes a motion to close debate, and which is often called the question, and then proceed on the vote.
Ms. Caldwell, I think you're the only one we haven't heard from at this point. Did you have something you'd like to say?
David, I love your idea. I think they deserve much more than that. We've been asking the county commissioners for 4 years now, and we've been getting turned down every single time. So we're having to use our funds to give them, as little as we can. We want to give them we want to give them as much as we can. The $1,000 bonus, I really would love to give them to it, but the $715,000 is just, I can't justify that.
All right, Mr. Holmes, he had spoken. Do you have anything else you'd like to add? Okay.
So I have a couple of comments based upon comments by other board members. So first of all, to Mr. Dennison, Phil Berger takes my calls. And secondly, you talk about fiscally irresponsible. The board I believe you just voted to buy an unplanned, unprioritized activity bus. So there's $100,000 that could have gone to this.
We can't use those funds we can't use bonuses. If I'm not correct, please correct me, and Rolly is here too to help me with that.
I'm sorry, I thought I had the floor, Madam
Well,
Chair.
I'm just letting you know, we can't use those funds. We can't use those funds for bonuses. It has to be educational purpose.
Well,
So
those
the bus means nothing. The bus means nothing.
Madam Chair, we could have, are other people allowed to speak while I'm speaking, but not vice versa?
David, relax.
You still have the floor.
I'm sorry?
You still have the floor.
Thank you. Well, I lost my train of thought now, so just give me a minute to regather my thoughts. That's why someone should have the floor. So, for the military impact funds, those military impact funds have been used for SROs, And that's wages. Those are, I believe, classified staff or whatever. So those could be used for wages. We've already established that. We pay for we pay salaries of SROs out of military impact funds. In fact, the report that I read on military impact funds is there's wide latitude on where you can spend them. Now, there's what you should spend it on, but they're given wide latitude, plus they never expire. So let's talk about this 800,000. So if you look up here on the board, you got 144. You could have had 100,000 for the activity bus, but that's gone now on that unplanned and unprojected and unprioritized expenditure. But more importantly, I heard within the last 3 weeks that the county commissioners gave Moore County schools unrestricted funds that could have been used for anything. They could have been used for hiring more SROs, they could have been used for more teachers, they could have been used for classified staff raises, but I don't remember the exact amount, but I think it was 600,000 or 800,000 was used to pay for unanticipated and unexpected site development costs for Southern Pines Elementary. So here's where I was going earlier. The sale of Southern Pines Elementary, the extra, assuming that it goes through and the offer's taken, the extra $520,000, which was negotiated, by the law, that has to go to capital improvements. Right? It could either be used to retire bond issues or it could be used for capital improvements. But the money that was spent from the county commissioners, which could be used for raises, could be backed out, and then the money from Southern Pines Elementary, which must be by state law spent on capital improvements, could be spent on that. So reprogramming money works both ways. Reprogramming money doesn't just work when the central office wants to do it and kind of like hope no one brings it up or notices. Reprogramming money can happen when the Board of Education direct that it be reprogrammed. I contend that Moore County Schools has plenty of money and has always had plenty of money and has the fiduciary responsibility and the moral obligation to give our classified staff a 50-cent an hour wage gap.
Do you relinquish the floor? All right, are there other comments or questions? Otherwise, we'll proceed with voting on the amendment.
I have just one, and by the way, I have not spoken on this amendment. One of the things that actually frustrates me is that this motion, like the buses, and like I guess some other things, are an example of not creating a budget and then sticking to it. We have a budget each year, and then all of a sudden, well, the classified staff needs a raise. All of a sudden, we just found $100,000 to buy a new bus, and we're in the middle of the year. My mother used to say that's like money burning a hole in your pocket. You got to hold that money sometimes. And sometimes you have to, like for instance, I'm going to vote for this amendment because I think they deserve it, but I think what we should do is we should talk about how to give these staff members a real raise ongoing, which is what you talked about in the original budget decisions back in whenever that was that June or something like that. So bottom lining it, this meeting ought to be a lesson for the entire board. We have a budget. Let's stick with it. And let's not bust the budget every time someone says, oh, by the way, we got an old bus over here. Let's replace it. Or we got $100,000 in impact funds. Let's go ahead and use it. Budgets are for the orderly expenditures of funds. Submit.
All right, other comments?
I just wanted to comment on David. David, I didn't mean to interrupt you like that. I apologize. It was just, I was trying to let you know on something, but I was mistakenly wrong as well, looking into it, that it's under the school district's discretion what they want to use it for. So technically, you are right, and so I wanted to make that public.
Thank you.
All right, are there other comments about the amendment,
call the
which is to change? Okay, the question has been called. All those in favor of the amendment, which would increase the amount to $1,000 per classified employee, as specified by Mr. Cox, to be paid at $500 in January and $500 at the conclusion of the semester in June. Raise your right hand. All those opposed? All right, the motion carries.
Can I just make a comment?
Actually-
I'm sorry?
We're moving on.
Oh, okay, well,
sorry,
I'll
we're
say it,
moving
I'll
on.
say it at the end.
Okay?
We're doing the people's business. I have all the time in the world.
All right, that we have approved the amendment to the motion, which means that we now must vote on the motion.
Call the question.
All right, the question has been called. The motion is to, the motion is to provide a one-time or a two-time bonus to classified employees, those employees as specified by Mr. Cox, of a payment of $500 in January, followed by a payment of $500 at the conclusion of the semester in June, and prorated to employees who have been employed less than 1 year. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those,
I'm just confused on what
you're voting to pay $1,000 per
$1,000
classified employee.
Okay, so this is not him looking, my question to you is, how are we getting those funds?
You're taking them out of your COVID CARES Act money.
And all $715,000 is out of
It's
the
coming out of your
COVID
CARES Act money, yes.
Instead of carrying over $550,000
To cover-
as we anticipate the need for additional teachers next year.
Right.
You will now use that for this purpose.
And so the 350 bonus is off the table?
That's
Correct.
off the
That's
table by virtue of the amendment, the approved amendment, yes.
Okay, now I know.
Okay, so you're voting to raise it to $1,000 per classified employee. All right, all those in favor, raise your right hand.
I'm not agreeing with that.
All right, all those opposed? All right, the motion fails. I would entertain
Madam
other
Chair.
motions at this point, if someone would like to make one concerning the superintendent's recommendation for the $200 bonus.
I believe that we got to give them something. So I would move the superintendent's recommendation of the $200 at this point.
All right, is there a second?
I second.
All right, the motion has been made to take the superintendent's recommendation for the $200 one-time bonus. Is there other discussion? I think we might have covered it all.
Call the question.
All right, the question has been called. All those in favor of a one-time $200 bonus to all classified employees as laid out by Mr. Cox, raise your right hand. Opposed?
I'm abstaining.
All right, Mr. Hensley has abstained. All right, the motion carries 6-0 with one abstention. I might charge you, Mr. Hensley, with coming up with ways that we can raise the cost of the salaries to our classified staff. As you mentioned, you are going to be on the budget committee. We're looking for ways to approach it, and since you've got those contacts in Raleigh, we'll hope you can make use of them.
Well, if we did more tonight, I would think that would be a much more genuine statement, but thank you.
Let us move on now to item E, disposal of the Old Southern Pines Primary School.
Madam Chair, I'll invite Mr. Barath to come forward, and he will be in the presenter's role for items E, F, and G.
Thank you. We got it, we're good.
Thank you.
Okay. We're beginning with the primary school, however, this is about the elementary school.
Oh,
So you might,
it's the actual offer.
Dr. Grimison, what you,
It's just one, like staple?
No, that's the next one. Go ahead and pass it now, so we'll go right into it.
Dr. Grimison, this packet you gave us, is there a different? Okay. Okay, is there a different one for the primary school?
one page. I didn't get the other.
Oh, okay, and neither did I. There was
That's what I-
more than one page. Dr. Dempsey, was there a more than one page thing? You got this. Okay, cool. Thank you.
I don't know that they did it.
It's got both.
Very good. Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Grimacy, at the conclusion of the
Ms.
presentation...
Barath, it's close to your microphone.
I am sorry. Should be try it that way. Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Grimacy, at the conclusion of the presentation for the disposal of the old Southern Pines Primary School to the board during its December 7th work session, the board requested that staff return today with a list of the disposal options for the school. The options being presented you have heard during some of the public comment, and they are as follow. Option 1, sell the site to the land trust for $200,000. Option 2, seek a judicial determination of the meaning and enforceability of the 1924 deed before initiating the upset bid process. Option 3, sell to the land trust the portion of the site that is subject to the 1924 deed and dispose of the rest separately by any lawful means. And last, option 4, retain ownership of the site and explore lease options. This morning, the Land Trust emailed the board with its response to options 1 through 3, and a copy of that email has been provided to you. Among other things, the trust clarified that $200,000 is not necessarily its final offer and that it is willing to negotiate a final purchase price. The trust also states that it is not interested in purchasing just the part of the site that is subject to the 1924 deed. The executive summary related attachments provide details for each option to inform the board as it considers which of the 4 options or another option to direct staff to proceed with. Along with Dr. Grimacy and Neil Ramey, we are here and available to respond to any questions you may have.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
You said that you wanted to end this meeting at 9 o'clock.
No, my exact words, because I read them off a sheet, it is our hope to end this meeting. Okay?
My concern is that we have other speakers who have come here and wanted to talk to us. My concern is that we may need to continue this meeting to a later time. I'm willing to stay here till midnight. Don't get me wrong.
Let's proceed now as quickly as we can.
All right.
Well,
right, so at this
to
point-
Mr. Levy's comments, though, I think many of the remaining speakers probably want to speak on Southern Pines Primary and/or Southern Pines Elementary. So what good does it do for them to talk after we've already voted on the action? I think these people should be heard before we consider what they want to speak about.
Mr. Ramey, they're suggesting that we alter the agenda.
And that's possible.
To go
The
back
board
to public
we-
comment.
Correct. I interpret that it would require a motion to amend the agenda at this point, which, since the agenda has already been approved under your rules of order, would require a 2/3 vote to amend the agenda to
All right, Mr. Levy
public
has
comment to
moved.
proceed.
Can we amend it now, then?
Yeah, Mr. Levy has just moved that the agenda be amended to return to public comment.
Second.
Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Ms. Thompson.
Question.
All right, the question has been called. All those in favor?
Does any-
Ms. Thompson seconded.
Okay, just making sure that no one has wishes to speak on it, because call the
On the
question just
agenda.
is a common phrase, meaning let's move it along, but it's really, formally, there would need to be a motion to close debate. If someone wished to speak on the motion, they could, unless there's a motion to close debate. But it didn't seem that anyone was wishing
I don't
to
think
speak.
anyone wanted to
Okay.
say anything, right? Okay. So let's move on so we can hear other people, so that we can hear other people speak. Is there discussion? Seeing none, we will move on to vote on the motion.
Is there discussion on the Southern Pines primary issue?
No, this is to discussion
No
on Mr.
discussion.
Levy's request to amend the agenda to return to public comment and put off discussion of Southern Pines primary until the conclusion. Okay. All right, all those in favor of returning to public comment, raise your right hand. All those opposed, I'm abstaining. All right, 6-0. All right, we will return to public comment after we take a, let's see, it is now 9 o'clock. We will be back at 9:10 for public comment. First 5 speakers such that you can prepare yourself to step to the lectern here. Ms. Thompson.
Our next speakers are Ms. Musselwhite, Ms. Moore, Ms. Watkins, Al McShorley. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the 5th one would be Ms. Wade, Ms. Kim Wade.
All right, and just a reminder again, please, we ask that you keep your nose and mouth covered with your mask if you're going to remain with us. All right, I'll call this meeting back to order. All right, we are returning to public address to the board. Our first speaker is up.
Shiree Moore.
Ms. Musselwhite.
And if you could restate your name, that would be helpful for everyone.
Shiree Moore. Ms. Musselwhite's not here.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shiree Moore, and I live in High Falls. I'm the grandmother of a 15-year-old who should be attending Northmore this year, but is not. We pulled her from Moore County, the school system, because of bullying that had not been addressed properly. Bullying that her therapist called very severe. Now, this is why I'm here. Several years ago, a bond around 2007, 2008 was passed with the funds designated specifically for improvements to the Northern Moore elementary schools. The improvements including air conditioning for their gymnasiums. These improvements were never done. The kids have PE in gyms with no air conditioning. The funds got hijacked and were used for other schools. The school board apologized, put money in the general fund, and promised to do it later. Years have passed, and later has never come. Do the residents of Northern Moore remember this? You bet they do. Hence the fact that their precinct voted against the 2018 school bond and the 1/4 cent sales tax increase. My husband is a precinct officer and was asked by the county commissioners to push to get these passed. He heard time and time again, no, they do nothing for us. High Falls School has hot skylights that can't be used because of roof leaks. The leaks were quick fixed, but hid the skylights. For years, the windows in the girls' locker rooms were cracked, but I noticed last month they finally got replaced. Robin's School has had a leak in their kitchen for several months. In their kitchen. The school food manager asked for repairs and was told by the member of the maintenance it was not priority. Last week, the health department came into Robin's to inspect and grade the kitchen. They lost their 100 grade. To the great disappointment of the kitchen staff, they feel the decrease will be looked upon as their shortcomings. But guess what? The leak got fixed last Friday. Vocational classes have been discontinued at Northmore. Classes that led to life careers for hundreds of students. Oh, we were given a practice gym to appease us, but really, why was that needed? The 3 feeder schools had gyms that could have been used for practices. Should athletics come before academics in schools? Aren't schools for preparing our kids for the future? Kids in Robbins are going to businesses to access hotspots in order for virtual assignments. What are the librarians and the PE teachers doing? Aren't they getting paid? Why not open the library so the kids can come to complete their assignments? They can be scheduled. And now our children are being schooled virtually, and you want to spend $100,000 for an activity bus or sell a school for $200,000. Are there more things that's needed? Doesn't a stitch in time save money?
Thank you.
One more paragraph, please.
Thank you.
Northern Moore is tired of being the red-headed stepchild. We pay taxes.
Sorry, ma'am. Your time is up.
Taxation without representation.
We need to move to the next speaker. Thank you very much. If you have additional notes you'd like to share, if you'll leave them with Ms. Potter, we'll all get them. Or please email us with the rest.
Another election in 2 years.
Our next speaker is Ms. Watkins.
Could you run through the list of names so that the next few speakers will be up and ready?
Yes, it would be Ms. Watkins, Al McShorley, and Ms. Wade, and Ms. Horton, Sherilla Horton. Who said that?
Mr. McShorley's not speaking.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Dr. Grimsley, and the board members, I am Olinda Watkins, President of Moore County NAACP, part of the North Carolina Conference of Branches, part of the 111-year-old National NAACP. I am following up on the notice of intent to enforce your 1924 promise that our branch lawyer, Al Shirley, sent your lawyer in July 2020. We learned recently you all have scheduled a decision tonight about property our clients gave to you in 1924 on the condition it would be used forever for Negro education. I renewed the July notice. The NAACP shall enforce with litigation, if necessary, the promises you made in the 1924 deed, which, and you may have the excerpts from the 1924 on your desk. Deed. Now, therefore, this deed is given that said land may be conveyed and said conveyance place of record as intended as between the grantor and the grantee for no other purpose whatsoever except that the said land or all profits in any wise ever arising therefrom in any manner shall be ever devoted to the use of the Negro education in about the town of Southern Pines and West Southern Pines in recognition of the fact that the money for the purpose of the said land was raised by the Negroes of said towns containing 4 acres more or less. We know a court fight is long and costly, but our faith is strong. The National NAACP legal team, based at the Howard Law School, lost several equal protection cases before achieving our historic victory in 1954. Each loss helped the legal team shaping its focus so white people, especially an audience of 9 white men on the Supreme Court, could grasp the daily trauma Jim Crow caused. When the legal team learned the results of the experiment by the psychiatrist showing a black preschoolers, white and brown dolls, they decided to use the finding that segregation damaged their confidence. The NAACP lawyers cited the findings in the final draft briefs and arguments to the court. The principal Moore issue of our country finally came into focus for all 9 justices in May 1954. I don't expect this miracle this evening. I do want you to hear directly from me. The NAACP shall enforce the promise you made to our people in 1924. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wade?
Yeah, Madam Chair, would you ask, please, to get their mouth closer to the microphone, maybe within a couple inches, so
Yeah, as close to the microphone as you can get, please.
we may have to adjust the microphone.
I've been unable to understand the last 2 speakers. I haven't been able to understand but maybe 15 or 20% of what they said.
All right, thank you. Please attempt to get as close to the microphone as possible.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Kim Wade. I am a member of the Town of Southern Pines Planning Board, president of the West Southern Pines Civic Club, and a resident of West Southern Pines. According to DFI at UNC Chapel Hill, their recommendation to the Town Council, the business model Land and Trust created is consistent with the Town of Southern Pines Comprehensive Long-Range Plan and the West Southern Pines Neighborhood Development Plan, Land Use and Economic Development Strategies, because it creates a walkable business hub that will develop the economy. From 1923 to 1931, residents in West Southern Pines incorporated and chartered one of the first African-American townships on the East Coast. In 1924, 1 year later, after creating a town and structuring its government, our ancestors purchased this property and opened the West Southern Pines School. On July 24th of this year, Mr. Hensley did one of 3 interviews on WEEB. He stated the Board of Education is making crack deals with Land and Trust. He states The West Southern Pines residents want to open a Black community center and a Black credit union. There are Black, Native, and Latino-owned credit unions across North Carolina. Mechanics and Farmers Bank in Durham been the second oldest Black-owned bank in America. He mocked the idea of us opening a health center and called it a Planned Parenthood to perform abortions. They implied West Southern Pines is not considered a family-friendly neighborhood. You all dined in an Italian, Chinese, and Mexican restaurant. At any point, did you feel it was segregated because their signage identified their culture? But when we announce African American Cultural Arts Center, we are perceived as practicing segregation. Or is it you have been carefully taught to define anything identified African American as criminal, uneducated, and immoral? Residents across the country can walk to a performing arts center, a bakery, and a florist in their neighborhoods.
Thank you, Ms. Wade. Next is Ms. Horton.
Hello, everyone. I am Sharella Horton, and I speak on behalf of the underserved students of Moore County. The families that work hard every day for below minimum wage incomes, hoping that their kids have a better future. I'm here to speak on behalf of the children and siblings and families of the young men who have lost their lives to gun violence in and around the Southern Pines area in the last 30 days. These people are my family, my friends. They also have and had the potential to be your future teachers, county commissioners, and doctors, if only we set the foundation for them now. I also run Genius Unlocked, a virtual learning center providing in-person support for students around Moore County. These students were performing below grade level long before March. What will the future hold for these students? Whose responsibility is it to ensure that these students and families have the resources they need from inception? Not protecting valuable land, but protecting our true, most valuable asset, our students and their futures. Do we dare to use segregation of an area that most non-Black Moore County residents do not currently frequent, mind you, but it is okay if they want to and we give them an option and the needs to do so? Do we want to stand on the slander and deception to stop what will be one of the most valuable resources Moore County will have for its underserved community and residents? I was born in Eagle Springs, raised in Eagle Springs, and went through every Moore County school, elementary, middle, and high school. I went through as an academically gifted student from Eagle Springs, and the education and experience I had was unmatched. From math counts to problem-solving bowls to debate teams, I was well prepared for life after high school, and these are not the same opportunities that every student in Moore County have. That is not fair. Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust is opening the doors to a continuum of care model in West Southern Pines that will be open to any resident, any person that wants to come in. We have to do what's right. We have to provide these programs and these services. We will provide education services from her infant through adulthood, a continuum of care that can truly, truly fill gaps. It can give these people the resources that we need. It can give that community the backbone that it needs. We can do some intervention on the home front that impacts students and impacts families. Those 6 shootings and 3 deaths that happened in 30 days in Brookside Apartments, eventually it's going to spread. What are we going to do to stop that? What are we going to do for our students and our families? Not a dollar, not a bottom line, not valuable land. What are we going to do for their lives?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Emily Rainey. Miss Rainey.
Good evening. My name is Emily Grace, and I represent 2,000 individuals as the founder of Moore County Citizens for Freedom. I planned to come up here and say something unifying, but it's clear, thank you, Mr. Dennison, that you're in your immaturity toward Colonel Shapker, that you're not ready for the unity, so we'll just move on to reopening. On the issue of reopening, tensions have been high, rhetoric has been strong, and opinions often heated. Policies made by this board were made when information was still new. Well, lucky for our students and teachers who have been languishing under this closure, the data is now in. Schools are not dangerous. Unfortunately, we have also learned, hopefully a lesson we will not soon forget, that virtual learning has been an unmitigated disaster. Teachers have made an Herculean effort, and God bless them for that. But waiting any longer to reopen our schools is criminal. This board must have a plan, a real strategy for how to reopen the upper grades the second, not a month later, not 2 or 3, the second we have the go-ahead from the governor. We need a strategy. Just like we need a long-term strategy with regards to all the budgeting problems that you're seeing now just playing before you today, unfunded requests, etc. We need a strategy so we don't always seem as though we are caught off guard on our heels. We know this is coming. Let's have a plan for it. These kids need to be in school. And I second what Colonel Shapker talked about when he said that the students that are suffering the most are the ones coming from low-income families and single-parent households. We need to get our kids back in school where they belong and stop this disastrous policy as soon as possible, and we do not need any more excuses. Moore County wants results. Moore County wants results from the people they've elected, and that is all of you. Hopefully, now that we have new Board of Education members, and hopefully the rest of the board can work in unity to get this stuff done, whether it's reopening schools or it's passing a budget that works. We deserve better, the students deserve better, all of Moore County wants to see results. No more talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Kevin Henry, is it Biggs? And then Ms. Stephanie Kopp, you would go after him. So Mr. Henry, is he available? No? Okay, then it would be,
you had it right.
Yeah.
Biggs. I should be loud enough. I think everybody should be able to hear me. I'm going to lighten and change gears a little bit. Based on the magnitude of some of the comments I've heard today, I almost feel a little bad bringing this to the board and to the school system. But my name's Greg Biggs. I am a volunteer football coach at New Century Middle School. Earlier this week, the North Carolina State High School Sports Association, as some of you may know, voted to change the conferences around the high schools. This is important to me as I have a high school football player and am currently acting as a volunteer football coach with the high school as well based on the middle school shutdown. But Union Pines High School has been moved from a 3A school in a 3A conference to a 3A school in what I would call a Power 4 AA conference, with schools like Richmond High School that just last year was the runner-up in the state 4 AA championship in football. Pinecrest High School, our own Pinecrest High School, which is a phenomenal football program, and other 4A schools. This has primarily been done because of the success of the Lady Vikings. We have a phenomenal women's sports program. Their cross-country team, their volleyball team is absolutely phenomenal, which is kind of having that school evaluated in a way that puts them on task with some 4A schools, smaller 4A schools. The problem that I have is that then is not viewing the sport in high school that is the most violent, the most physical, the most injury prone for our students, and that is football. Football is a sport, unlike something like cross country, that is unbelievably impacted by equipment, numbers, size, strength, and those are things that a school like Union Pines cannot compete with the facilities like a Pinecrest or a Richmond County have. Those schools are blessed with just unbelievable equipment, the ability to dress out a magnitude of kids. Union Pines, based on their equipment, can dress about 50 to 54 kids. Pinecrest last year dressed 72 kids in varsity. Richmond County dresses about 70 on varsity. It's just not apples to apples. So I'm just asking the board, this first draft that was just released is able to be appealed several times over the next couple months. I just ask the board to kind of direct the school system to adamantly press the North Carolina State High School Association to reevaluate that for the safety of our children. My son being a freshman that probably will have a significant amount of varsity playing time, I am openly concerned as a parent placing him in a conference that has schools that are able to prepare on a level higher than Union Pines. And you'll never get mileage on some of the buses because old Rusty hasn't had a speedometer or an odometer for years.
Thank you.
To the superintendent, I hope I can get an update on this from your office or from the appropriate people.
The only thing, Madam Chair.
On the conference.
On the conference, on this 3A thing, I don't want to take up any time.
We will do so. Thank you.
Okay, that's...
Yeah, we discussed that during our new
Dr. Locklear.
training, and it looks like we got
Take
caught
care of that, please.
flat-footed.
Ms. Cobb.
Okay. Hi. I'm Stephanie Kopp, and I stand here today as a very frustrated, concerned, and frankly fed up parent. I'm a mom of 3 boys who attend this very school. As you know, we do 2 days in person and 3 days remote learning, and we have struggled this entire year. It doesn't work. And I just wanted to kind of paint a picture for everyone, a day in the life of trying to remote learn in my position and many others that are dealing with this struggle. Obviously, we all are. So just to paint a little scene, let's say I have to sit down with a child in kindergarten who needs assistance. I have a child in 2nd grade who also needs assistance with his work, and one more in 4th grade. Now those are very staggering different grade levels of children that need me to sit down personally and give individualized attention and instruction. The school things that are required today, like how math is taught, the work you have to show in your solving of your problems, is very different today than what it was even when I was a student. So in sitting down with my children and trying to figure out how to do these things, I have to take a moment to try to learn what is required so that it will be acceptable and they won't fall behind. Now, at the beginning of the year, it was all paper packets, very difficult to do, very difficult to manage with 3 separate children. I will say they're all boys, they're all pretty rowdy and wild. I'm dealing with 2 who do have ADHD, one with ODD, that's oppositional defiance disorder. So that is a little addition to my struggles in battling with trying to get children to sit down, be focused, and concentrate on their work. I studied mechanical engineering. I did not study education or how to teach children. I'm not very good at it, I will admit. My son tells me that I frustrate him. I over-explain. That's not what my job, my field of study, although I do very much wish I could help them more with their education. It's very important to me. Now we've got devices. Each child has their own. For weeks, we were required to do online assignments, and we were not provided a mobile hotspot as many others at the time had been. I had put in a request at the very beginning of the school year. We only received ours, I think it was about 2-3 weeks ago, but at that point it's already been too late. We have now accumulated 10 absences by missing virtual assignments, and I don't feel that that's right, and I will fight that as far as I have to. And there's just so much to this that makes it not work. It's just not realistic, and what my main want here is that our kids are back in school 5 days a week. not 4.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next is Mr. Walden, Matthew Walden, Reverend McCoy, Gloria McNeil.
Good evening. I'm Matthew Walden. My father, Fred Walden, was a founder of the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust. Almost all of my life, from childhood up until 2 years this past October, he worked with many others in the community to build and support and do good in the Moore County Southern Pines area. I imagine if he were here today, he would be standing here making a plea on behalf of countless members in the community to allow the Southern Pines Primary School to remain a part of the West Southern Pines community. Why would he be making this plea on behalf of the Southern Pines Landing Housing Trust and the community? He would first acknowledge his respect for many of the common sense options the Moore County Board of Education might plan to take for a possible future use of the primary school property. He would also acknowledge and respect the board's desire to get as much financial compensation for the property. You see, this property is more than just an asset of checks and balances for many of the members of African descent in the Southern Pines, Moore County area. I've heard my father and other family members tell the story of how my great-grandfather helped to clear the property for the West Southern Pines School with many other members in the community at a time when those of African descent had to have their own school in order to have a place to learn how to read and write. Finally, having a proper school to send their children so their offspring might have a better life with the greater opportunities that they and their prior ancestors did not have. Myself and many others from later generations also attended the same school on that site. If you would, a hallowed site that our forefathers broke ground on in order to build a future for us. And education was a way up and was almost something sacred to our parents, grandparents, and our great-grandparents. The connection to that property means more than the land and the buildings that stand on that property. The request is a humble request, and maybe even a favor. My father would be making a plea to keep this property in use for the community as a whole, but to also remember those who originally had to help build a place, to help build a future for their children. There is a rich history. Sometimes the biggest investment in a community isn't financial or making the best business arrangement. Sometimes the best investment is an intangible investment in people. What helps one part of the community helps the whole community. We ask you to consider this as you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend McCoy.
Madam Chair.
Pull your microphone up, please. Thank you.
And the school board, I want to thank you for allowing me to come here on this evening just to speak a few words. I won't be long-winded, even though I am a preacher. I'll be short. Talking about the original deed of 1924, and it spoke about the Negro restrictive covenant being in perpetuity, and perpetuity being a meaning that it's never ending. It will not stop. It will stay in the community. The second paragraph of the United States Declaration of Independence says, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." However, systemic racism has been stopping us, blocking us, denying us, and robbing us of our civil rights to an equal opportunity to that pursuit of happiness. Systemic racism is designed to ensure unequal perpetuity. Just because you can do a thing doesn't mean that you should do that thing. We have an opportunity to help heal the racial divide in this nation. And I would like to appeal to the godliness in each of you to try your best to do the right thing at this time. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you. Ms. McNeil?
Madam Chair, and to the entire board, actually, my name is Reverend Deborah Gray. I'm standing on behalf of Miss Gloria McNeil, who had to leave earlier. I am an AME Zion pastor, resident of Southern Pines, and a proud member of the Moore Montessori Charter School. I am excited about Southern Pines. I recently did a very short article in the Pine Straw that talked about proximity.
Excuse me.
Certainly. Can my time be stopped?
Just a point of order.
Yeah.
And I probably support your cause, and I want to listen to what you have to say, but we have rules. And Madam Chair, I believe the rules are someone can't stand in lieu of someone else, and you can't cede, speakers can't cede their time to another speaker. It's on the rules published right there on page 3. And again, please, ma'am, do not consider
I
this a slight
understand, Mr.
against you.
Hensley.
You are correct. She is, however, the last speaker, I believe.
Well, I don't know if there's an exception as to where you're at in the queue.
We have one more. Mr. Scott Hadley, is he here? Did he leave? And then that would be the last person on the list.
Mr. Ramey, do I have prerogative here?
I think Mr. Hensley is correct that the board's procedures do not allow for substitutions. That's certainly something that could be waived. I mean, there's no penalty. It's not a inflexible rule. If there's if that's a matter for debate among the board, there could be a motion to enforce the rules and to preclude the speaker from offering comment.
I ask unanimous consent that the speaker be allowed to speak.
I second that.
I think since she is the last speaker, we can allow her to go ahead and take care of this. Let's proceed.
Thank you, board. I appreciate it. Thank you. As I was saying...
Sorry, I did not get your name.
It's Deborah Gray.
Gray?
Yes, Reverend Deborah Gray. Yes, ma'am. As I was saying, the little article that I did in the Pine Straw talked about proximity. And proximity meaning nearness. The Southern Pines Primary School, being in the heart of West Southern Pines, brings proximity. It brings a nearness for the entire community. I'm certain that everyone knows that many of our funerals are held there, our Martin Luther King celebrations are held there. We do a lot of things in that particular building, and that particular campus, I should say. And the opportunity for the Housing Land and Trust to own that property would bring a development of proximity that our neighborhood desperately needs. Certainly, in addition to Ms. Horton's educational program that would be on that campus, there is a school, a high school, that has been licensed by North Carolina non-public private schools, non-public charter schools, I should say, non-public schools, I should say. It is a private school called the Heritage Creative Arts School. It would be a high school to educate not only African American children in that West Southern Pines area, but children of all of Moore County. So that campus as has already been stated by so many others, means a lot to the community. And the nearness of it to bring hope, to bring expectation, to bring a new life to that community, as it's already been stated, is unimaginable. And I do hope that this board chooses to allow West Southern Pines to have that school. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our public comment. We will return at this point to consideration of property disposal, Old Southern Pines Primary School. We'll invite Mr. Barath back up front.
And Madam Chair, I'd already read to you the summary statement, and follow up with that. Dr. Grimacy, myself, and Neil Ramey are here and available to respond to any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Dr. Grimacy had asked last week to receive direction from the board, and our direction to him was to provide us with the options that we might consider this evening. So you have before you 4 options with adequate explanation of each, I do believe. So at this time, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Barath, could you bring back up our 4 options just so that everyone could take a look at those as we go through and talk?
The 4 options are scattered on the executive summary pages. But again, just to give a quick overview, option 1 is sell the site to the land trust for $200,000. Option 2 is to seek a judicial determination of the meaning and enforceability of the 1924 deed before initiating the upset process. Option 3 is to sell to the land trust the portion of the site that is subject to the 1924 deed and dispose of the rest separately by any lawful means. And then option 4 is retain ownership of the site and explore lease options.
All right, so again, I'll call for a motion.
Madam Chair, at this point, I would move that we actually retain ownership and explore lease options.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, Mr. Levy has moved and Mr. Hensley has seconded the motion to retain ownership and pursue lease options.
May I speak to my motion?
Yes, sir.
It's with almost a heavy heart that I have to make this motion. The land trust has said, sell it to us at a certain amount of money or we're going to sue you. That to me is no way to start a discussion. On the other hand, I've heard from many, many people who state that this needs to be kept consistent with history. I grew up in Southern Pines, and consistent with history, and the history of the area is consistent with the history of segregation. And that is not what I see for Southern Pines. I look at African American education very, very seriously. And I do agree with the gentleman who said we have to go beyond Martin Luther King and Harriet Tubman. We have to look at people like Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X, especially Marcus Garvey, who I think taught everyone that the way to success is hard work and the creation of wealth through the capitalist system. But overriding all of this is our need here for our school to keep land and to use it for the education of not just the African American community, but the entire community. As I say, consistent with history is not how I see the future of the United States. I see the future of the United States as a place of diversity, I remember because I went to East Southern Pines, and I remember when there was an East Southern Pines and a West Southern Pines. And I also remember the day that we went into Pinecrest, and it was very, very hard, but we all came together, and we all made Pinecrest a successful school, and that was a school that I graduated from. I understand the need and the desire to keep things as they were, but I also have to see us as we're going to be. And as we're going to be a diverse community. We're going to need to expand our school system. We've got a beautiful school and a beautiful area there. My sadness is that we seem to be abandoning a lot of the campuses in the African American communities, first in Taylortown, also it looks like in Aberdeen, and now in West Southern Pines. No, that needs to be a Moore County school. And on the economic side, rather than raise 10, 20, 30 million dollars for new land and a new school, no. If we need to build new schools, let's build it there. Let's do that. So all in all, I think the best course of action for actually, I believe all these properties is that we retain it for future growth, that we seek a lessee, and that lessee may be the trust. It may be. But overall, we can't abandon the need for the Moore County school children to be educated together. Submit.
Okay, if I'm correct, Mr. Ramey, Mr. Levy's motion would need to be to override the board's previous resolution to list the properties for upset bid and to replace that with a motion to lease. Is that
That's
correct?
correct. Any of these options that have been presented would require an amendment to the board's prior resolution, Mr. Levy's motion as well. So it would be a motion to, I would suggest it be couched as a motion to amend the resolution to authorize, to direct that the school system will maintain ownership of the site and pursue lease options.
Okay, Mr. Levy,
I
was
will
that
so
clear?
amend the motion to reflect the statement of council.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the attorney.
Just clarifying, Mr. Hensley, that since the board has adopted a prior resolution regarding the sale of the site, either to the trust if certain conditions are met or by upset bids, that if any of these options would require an amendment to that resolution, Mr. Hensley's agreed that his motion should reflect that he's asking for an amendment to the board's prior resolution to direct that the school system maintain ownership of the site and explore lease options.
Understood that, thank you. I didn't know what the original underlying motion was that was done by the previous board. That's what I was clarifying, thank you.
All right, or do you need further clarification?
No, we're good, thank you.
Okay. All right, are there other comments on Mr. Levy's motion?
I have a few. I'm really not in favor of leases. We're not in the leasing business, and I don't think the property is large enough for a new school. But what I would like to see, I know the original proposed appraisal we got was $630,000. I would like to see, and with what's going on now, I would like to see appraisals for the 1924 deed site and then the rest of the property and see how they come in. They may not come in nearly that, but we have a responsibility to be as reasonable as we can in what we get for the property. But we're seeing in Aberdeen, we're not getting, what they raised there. And I have a feeling if we got two other appraisals for those two sections of property to get a better look at what that property value really is before we make a decision. And I know that's not a motion because there's already a motion on the floor.
All right, other comments?
I wanted to say too, that hearing tonight all the people that came out, that the West Southern Pines community is very passionate about their area, their school, their community. And just for example, last Saturday, I was out there with Pet Responsibility. I'm not sure if anyone came out and joined us, but it was actually beautiful because I had a church, they were practicing, singing. You could just tell the community, I mean, it was echoing through the school, even though they weren't in the school. I guess there's a church maybe back there. And that was just, my daughter was just in love with that. She was trying to find what the school was. Was it you? And we brought to the community free food for pets and in shots and discounted vaccines. So my heart is with you guys, and I understand where you're coming from. My only issue would be the $200,000. That's really where I'm coming from. I would love to do the upset bid process and see where that goes, and you guys give the highest and best. We go from there, and we can always still deny it, or we can accept it. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you.
And I tend to agree with Stacy. We've listened to everyone tonight. We have talked with different ones representing the Sand Hills Land and Trust, and we understand their plan and what their goal is for using that facility. And I feel that we could follow a similar process that we did with Aberdeen. The trust has said they want to submit an offer, and they have, of $200,000. And I think we could take that $200,000, and that would be our initial beginning of our upset bid.
All right. Any other further comments? We do have a
Madam
motion
Chair,
on
I
the
have
floor.
comments. I have
Sir.
comments. So I have comments that I wrote at the very beginning of this meeting, and then after listening to all the speakers, I wrote additional comments. So you're going to hear two different sets of comments from me on this topic this evening. So let me say the ones that I wrote before the speakers started speaking. The responsibility of this board is the free public education of Moore County children. When you're talking about the sale of real property, this is accomplished in one of two ways, and I articulated these last week in the work session. One, sell at the highest possible price and use that money for the benefit of Moore County school students, or two, ensure that it is used in perpetuity for the free public education of our children. In fact, the North Carolina Constitution wisely requires all of us to do just that. Neither I nor anyone else on the Board of Education can violate the North Carolina Constitution or applicable laws. Unfortunately, the Southern Pines Land Trust is neither a charter school nor a government entity. It is simply illegal and against the North Carolina Constitution to sell this property for below fair value, or to scheme, if I could use that word, to set an artificial value. So the Southern Pines Land Trust has stated the property is not worth the appraisal value and has made many arguments on what is fair value. Well, fair value is clearly set through an upset bid process. Southern Pines Land Trust is certainly able to bid in an upset bid process. Southern Pines Land Trust used the Academy Heights, I think that was the school in Taylortown, and how the town of Taylortown, I may have the figures wrong, but they did a sealed bid of $300,000, and the next closest offer was $6,000. So the Southern Pines Land Trust, in their argument, said, we want to prevent a repeat of that. Well, if the Southern Pines Land Trust really believes that the appraisal's undervalued, then if they're right, they'll benefit, because when it goes to bid, the opening bid could be $6,000. If they're wrong, then the children of Moore County benefit, because we got a higher price, which is our fiduciary and constitutional responsibility. Either way, I and the fellow board members, I assume the fellow board members, are going to follow the law. So that's what I had written before, right? So let me talk about what I saw here this evening. I agree with Ms. Caldwell. Obviously the people of West Southern Pines, passionate history. I mean, that was clear from every single speaker. But I would make the following points, and I wrote these down after listening to everyone. The Moore County School Board of Education did their job to revitalize West Southern Pines. We did that, or they did that, the previous board, by building a $35 million school right outside a new entrance into West Southern Pines that the school board paid for. So we created a new gateway into West Southern Pines and put a $35 million school there. Secondly, we are going to fix our D-rated schools, which are going to benefit the children of the students of West Southern Pines. So, the other point I would make is I read every line of the DFI study, and I heard a lot of talk about Southern Pines, the town of Southern Pines, supporting the DFI study. The mayor was here. I believe Reverend Murphy is an elected board of Southern Pines, and there's a person here from the Planning Commission. If the town of Southern Pines supports DFI, then why doesn't the town of Southern Pines pay the delta? What we're being asked to do here is we're being asked to take money from the children of Moore County schools when the town of Southern Pines, who says they support this, I mean, the mayor came up here and gave a speech. It's worth noting that after her speech, she immediately made a beeline out here, and she's still not here. You know, how committed is she if she made her speech, waited 5 minutes, and left? And I've seen no other talk from the mayor or letters in the pilot on this, but the fact of the matter is the town of Southern Pines just spent over $1.5 billion to buy some land out in Reservoir Park. If the town of Southern Pines was committed to this, why didn't they cough up the additional $450,000 and Southern Pines Land Trust would own Southern Pines Primary today? Additionally, the town of Southern Pines will tax me, I live in Southern Pines, and other car owners $5 a car to install sidewalks in the downtown and other communities in Southern Pines. Why not institute a $10 car tax or a $20 car tax and use that to fund the purchase of Southern Pines Primary? Again, how committed is the town of Southern Pines? They pay lip service and then they leave. I also read in the DFI report that one of the causes of the decline was zoning. I think we had the zoning manager here speaking tonight, or someone who worked in the zoning department. Well, the DFI report says that zoning was partially responsible for the decline of West Southern Pines. Why doesn't Southern Pines at no cost change the zoning to improve West Southern Pines? It doesn't make sense. And then finally, and this is a bit flippant, and I do not mean this to be flippant, but speaker after speaker, I've seen it in the presentation from Southern Pines Land Trust, I've seen it published, I've heard speaker after speaker talk about a long list of donors to include companies, churches, foundations, individuals who are willing to pay money to support the Southern Pines Land Trust and their mission. That's awesome. Earlier tonight, I propose we raise money for this activity bus. I support communities and foundations. I contribute my own money to such activities. So rather than put the cost of subsidizing the purchase of Southern Pines Primary on the children of Moore County schools, I challenge these foundations, these people, these companies, these churches, the town of Southern Pines to step up and contribute to purchase the property at fair market value. Madam Speaker, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, do you have comments? I think you're the only one who hasn't spoken.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's go on record that I am not in favor of holding on to any properties and becoming a landlord. I think the previous board made that very clear with its resolution. But with that said, we will now move to vote on Mr. Levy's motion that we will override the resolution of the previous board, which stated that it would be sold by upset bid, and would vote to hold the property and enter and explore lease options. Is everyone clear on that?
I do want to speak one thing about...
I'm sorry, let's move on, Mr. Levy.
Okay, all right, I understand. I understand the hour.
All those in favor of the motion by Mr. Levy, raise your right hand. All right, all those opposed? All right, the motion fails. That was 5-2, I believe. Mr. Holmes and Mr. Levy voted against, or voted for, excuse me. All right, that does leave the floor open then for an additional motion if we are going to
Madam Chair?
do something with the property this week. Yes, sir.
I will move that, what I would like for us to do is to clear the road and cemetery issues, get appraisal for the two properties separately to determine the real appraisal value now, and because I doubt if, well, that would be my motion, to clear those two issues so it wouldn't interfere with anything, get appraisals of each property separately, and then see what they come in and go there, because if you separate that property from the 1924 deed with the possibility of a lawsuit, I doubt if anybody would pay very much money for that. So I think we'll get a true value on, or true appraisal of what that value property is worth, and then we can make a decision. It may be close to the $200,000, who knows?
All right, Mr. Dennison's motion was to hold the property and seek a judicial determination of the meaning and enforceability of the 1924 deed before initiating any other process. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure if that was, maybe if Mr. Dennison could reset, I'm not sure if that accurately stated Mr. Dennison's motion.
Okay, my motion was...
Were you suggesting that we seek judicial determination, or just do the separate appraisals?
Right, just do the separate appraisals.
Separate appraisal,
and
okay.
then make a decision from there.
And then,
right.
so it's not...
I'm sorry.
Mr. Dennison's motion is not to make a final determination on the disposition of the site, but to take an incremental step of clearing up issues related to the cemetery survey that we discussed previously, the cemetery encroachment, and seeking two separate appraisals on the two portions of the site, one that's subject to the 1924 deed, and then the remainder of the site. Is that
I have a feeling
correct?
it's not going to be close to $630,000.
Just clarifying the motion.
Okay, so restate the motion for us, Mr. Ramey.
As I understood it, Mr. Dennison was suggesting that, moving that the board take action to carve out the portion of the site that's subject to the cemetery encroachment and seek separate appraisals of the two remaining portions. One is the portion subject to the 1924 deed, and the other being the remainder of the site, and get that information for the board for further.
And to clear the road and the cemetery issues.
And to clear the roadway dedication issue.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
All right, hearing no second, the motion dies. The floor is open for additional motions.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the $200,000 initial offer and proceed with the upset bid process.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, before the board votes on that motion, just to understand, so is the motion to initiate the upset bid process with soliciting a $200,000 offer from the trust?
Unless we want to go higher.
So the trust has not at this point said, I think we would have to, that would be an invitation for them to initiate the upset bid process with a $200,000 offer.
Point of information, do we have an offer from the trust?
No, that's what he's saying.
There is an offer from the trust to purchase the site directly, not through upset bids, for $200,000. This would be somewhat different, and if I'm understanding correctly, would be to offer the trust the opportunity to submit a $200,000 bid to initiate the upset bid process. Is that correct?
Yes.
Madam Chair, what happened to Mr. Dennison's
It
motion?
failed. It did not receive a second.
Oh,
I only want to vote for it.
So it failed.
I meant a second. I thought it was second. There was so much back and forth that I couldn't hear it.
All right, the motion currently on the floor is to invite the land trust to offer a $200,000 bid to begin the upset bid process. It was the motion made by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Ms. Caldwell.
So,
Is there discussion?
So I'm going to oppose this motion because I want to go back and consider Mr. Dennison, if Mr. Dennison will remake his motion, because we need to explore the other options to get the maximum value for this property, and due to the confusion and the discussion and my inability to hear, I didn't get a chance to second his motion.
All right, well, that's, you're quite able to when we vote. Is there other discussion about Ms. Thompson's motion?
Yes. One of the problems of doing what Ms. Thompson suggests is that the land trust has essentially said, if you sell it to, let's say, an independent person through this upset bid process, someone does $300,000, the land trust is going to sue, and may sue us, and may sue whatever, because it'd be for that 1924 deed. The problem is that I believe that both the land trust in its letter to us, which said, well, this is just as enforceable as a covenant to use the land for forestry. Okay, I believe they're wrong. But I also believe that we're wrong by saying that it's totally unenforceable. Because what you have here is a covenant which could literally go to the Supreme Court, because you have, in effect, I don't know if anybody has heard of the Bakke case or various affirmative action cases. You have effectively an affirmative action case. While it is absolutely clear that you cannot get a covenant which has a promise to do what is called invidious or terrible segregation. It is absolutely up in the air as to whether you can have a covenant which will do benign or affirmative action. So I think, what I think the Land Trust has done is, I think the Land Trust has put us in a position where we can't sell the property wholesale, and we can't do it for upset bid, because we're just inviting a lawsuit that is going to be so expensive. It's going to be ridiculous, and I don't want to spend that money for the kids either. So that's one of the reasons why I think we should revisit the idea of retaining the property. I just don't think, and if you want to, you could, I suppose, sell it to the land trust if it's legal. I don't know. Mr. Hensley seemed to believe that it was unconstitutional, in fact, to do it. I don't know the answer to that. But the upset bid process, because of this deed and without carving out that 4-acre piece of property, is an invitation to a lawsuit. And while I love the law and I love to practice law, I know it can be expensive, and I don't want to use the kids' money for a test lawsuit. It's my opinion.
Other comments?
Madam Chair, if I may, I'm sorry, this is a rare point where I'd sort of chime in here. To Mr. Levy's point, just one point of clarification is that if Ms. Thompson's motion were to carry, we were to initiate the upset bid with the opportunity for the trust to submit a $200,000 offer, even if someone were to bid more than the $200,000 and outbid the trust in the upset bid process, that would have to come back to the board, which would not be obliged to accept or reject the offer. Just a point of clarification on how upset bid works. It initiates a process, the process plays out, the best offer from that process comes to the board, which can then reject or accept the offer. Just as a point of clarification, I'm not disputing anything that Mr. Levy's point, but just sort of extrapolating and adding that for context.
And I might add that we would be back to the same place where we are today. So.
All right. Any other comments?
I have one quick brief comment. Again, our fiduciary responsibility is to get the most for this land, and to Mr. Dennison's motion that I wish we would, if he would reoffer it, we would consider it. Splitting the land up may ensure the most value for that property. So it is worth considering.
All right, with that, let's move on to the question which is on the floor, which is the invitation to the Land Trust to place their $200,000 offer and proceed to the upset bid process. All right, everyone understand the motion? All right, all those in favor, raise your right hand. 3. All those opposed? 4. The motion fails. All right, the floor is open for an additional motion. However, let's hold our conversation down to a real minimum. If it's already been said, there's no reason to say it again, because our time is going quickly. All right, the floor is open for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm going to try my motion again. My motion would be to clear the road and cemetery issues, get appraisals using the process you referred to in 3, for the 1924 deed, well, forget that, what you proposed on 3. Get appraisals for the 1924 deed property and for the rest of the property to determine the true value. And I don't know, well, that's my motion. I'll make other things.
Is there a second?
I second it.
All right, motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Mr. Hensley. Again, we are back to the motion to seek a new appraisal, specifically of the 1924 deed section, to clarify the roadway and cemetery issues before moving on. Is there further discussion that's different?
I would just like to make comments that this is really the only way we were to determine the true value of the property. And to me, that's the wisest thing to do. We can decide what we do when we see what the value is, and if we decide to go to another direction, that's fine. But let's get this done, and fast if we could. I don't know how long it takes to get an appraisal, but
A while. It takes a while.
how long would it normally take to have that done, John?
I don't know exactly how long it would take to perform that type of an appraisal. The previous ones that we had done were all done concurrent, so I don't have a breakdown on each individual one, but I can find out and respond to the board.
John, how long did those previous appraisals take?
Like to order one.
They took, if I recall correctly, approximately 5 months.
5 months.
All right, okay, we have a motion on the floor. At this point, if you are in favor of the motion, which is to seek the additional appraisal and to resolve roadway and cemetery issues before proceeding, raise your right hand. All right, that's 3. Opposed? All right, that's 4. So the motion fails. All right. What I would personally like to see is us enter into negotiations with the Land Trust and authorize our superintendent to, and our attorney to meet with the Land Trust and the attorneys to see if they can negotiate a sale, perhaps with some concessions, perhaps at a higher price. That's not something that has come before the board tonight as a motion, and I cannot make that as a motion, but it would be another way that we could proceed. We obviously would still have the ability to turn down any sort of offer that the Land Trust put before us at that point. It is another alternative if anyone would like to make that motion.
Point of order, aren't we left with the upset bid process, or am I wrong? I'm just asking about what our position is as a board.
Our board currently, yes, we have a resolution that states that we will, we did not specifically list the Southern Pines Primary School with that resolution at the time, but the other properties were included to state that we would follow the upset bid process.
So Madam Chair, to clarify, the resolutions from December 2019 and February 2020 was a minor amendment. They said that set 3 conditions for a private sale to the trust without negotiation, one of which was payment of $630,000. The trust has made clear they don't believe the site's worth that, won't pay that much. They've offered $200,000. So the board's resolution did say if the trust was unwilling or unable to meet the conditions, that they would be given the opportunity to initiate the upset bid process. So the status quo under your motion, under the prior resolutions, would be to proceed with upset bids and give the trust the opportunity to submit the initial bid. I would say at this point it's gotten a little confused because the trust had asked for a couple of extensions of time to get more time to raise funds. The board took an extension of its own with school reopenings and everything else going on. So at this point, I think it would be helpful to have some, that I don't think there's a clear self-executing mechanism of what happens next if the board doesn't take any action today. Presumably, I guess the best I could do to interpret that would be that, again, the trust would have the opportunity to initiate the upset bid process with any amount.
All right. Was everyone able to follow Mr. Ramey? And that since the trust has been unable to meet the three areas that were specified in the original agreement, that our option would be to initiate an upset bid process when we are ready to do so.
No, the board can always revisit its resolution. That's what's on the agenda for today. Is the board going to revise its prior resolutions?
Or the option could be to table this until
It could be
January.
tabled, and you have made a suggestion to, as I understood it, there's not a motion, but your suggestion was to authorize negotiations to bring back for future discussion in a future meeting.
I have a question for Neil. Neil, as a board, how do we ensure fair value if there's private negotiations?
Well, there's probably some questions there that I prefer to discuss in closed session that are to preserve attorney-client privilege. So what I can tell you is there's not case law that tells you explicitly what is required to establish fair value in a property sale. There's a constitutional requirement to obtain fair value. It's been interpreted to mean fair market value, but there's no clear guidance as to, do you need an appraisal? Do you need to put it up for bids? So there's not, I can't answer the question with a great deal of
Fair and
certainty.
open competition is clearly fair value, correct?
I would say that, yes.
But
open
a private
competition,
negotiation may not be fair value. Is that fair?
Certainly, I would agree I would agree that open competition would essentially resolve the question. It would be hard for anyone to argue it wasn't fair value if anyone had an opportunity to bid. I would also agree that without any other objective measures, without any other, just a number that was come up between two parties, that would be more difficult to make the case that that's
Well,
fair
that's an
value.
assertion. That's an assertion that the Southern Pines Land Trust has made, is that a price agreed upon by two parties is by definition fair value. But that's demonstrably false because Ed and
Mr.
I
Hensley,
could
let's
agree that this
move on.
building's
I'm
worth
going to, Madam Chair,
$20.
I need to make a motion. I'm going
Let's
to
move on. What's your motion?
move to reconsider Mr. Dennison's motion. I believe I'm on the winning side. I get to do that. Am I incorrect?
I'm sorry, it was a motion to reconsider?
Reconsider.
Because you were on the, which
Winning
side of the motion?
side.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
He would like to place back on the floor the motion made by Mr. Dennison, which is to investigate a new appraisal of the 1924 site, as well as to solve the issues of the roadway and cemetery.
And Mr. Levy voted for or against that motion originally?
He voted
I voted against,
it.
Okay.
which was on the winning side.
And now you wish to reconsider?
He voted with the majority.
Then that's,
Well, I voted with the majority. And now I move to reconsider.
you voted with the majority against the motion and now wish to reconsider that.
Yes.
But yes, that's a properly made motion to reconsider.
Is there a second?
I second it.
All right, Mr. Levy has restated the motion and Mr. Hensley seconded. All right, I don't think we need further discussion at this point. All those in favor of Mr. Levy's restatement, which is to hold the property, investigate the 1924 deed holdings, and resolve the roadway and cemetery issues, all in favor, raise your right hand. 4 opposed. 4-3. The motion carries. All right, so Mr. Ramey will allow you to, and Mr. Barath, to proceed with that. All right, let's take a 5-minute recess to allow visitors to leave if they so want to, and to stand up and stretch for a moment. It is now 10:23. Back to order.
Maybe I don't feel so bad, but I'm still thinking about school. Should have been named after
They still have
I have a lot of respect.
There's more county schools now.
Still did name
Yeah. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. I'm gonna have to get one for meetings too.
All right, we'd like to get back into session.
And my mask kind of full.
I'm not.
Madam Chair, with your permission?
Yes, let's go to the next item.
All right. Mr. Brath will offer a similar introduction as he did with the Southern Pines primary property, and the staff will render itself available to assist the board with its considerations of item 6F, property disposal, Old Southern Pines Elementary School.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy. So at the conclusion of the presentation for the disposal of the Old Southern Pines Elementary School to the board during its December 7th work session last week, the board requested that staff return today with a list of the disposal options for the school. The options being presented are as follow. Option 1, proceed as originally intended and sell the site competitively through upset bids. Option 2, sell the site to Moore Montessori for $1.6 million with or without additional conditions. Option 3, attempt to negotiate a sale to Moore Montessori for more than $1.6 million with or without additional conditions. And option 4, retain ownership of the property and negotiate a lease with Moore Montessori. Since the work session, Moore Montessori has submitted an offer in the amount of $1.6 million with other terms and conditions. A copy of that offer has been provided to you. That was the second document that was handed out previously. The executive summary and related attachments provide details for each option to inform the board as it considers which of the 4 options or another option to direct staff to proceed with. And along with Dr. Grimacy and Neil Ramey, I am here to assist with and answer any questions that we can.
All right, thank you, Mr. Barat. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I would just like to make a comment and then a motion. Moore Montessori initially offered a bid of $1.8 million, and that was $1.08 million, and that was at our appraised market value. We then had a counter offer by Thales Academy for $1.6, and then Moore Montessori has come back and they have matched that $1.6 million offer. I would like to make a motion for Dr. Grimacy and our attorney to enter into negotiations to sell Southern Pines Elementary School to Moore Montessori for $1.6 million with other stipulations that may be deemed advisable by Dr. Grimacy and our attorney.
So option,
For
is
at
that
least
option 2?
1.6.
Is that option 2?
It is,
Essentially.
option 2.
And Ms. Thompson, just as a point of clarification, I assume your motion would be as standard practice, that it would be to negotiate a contract to bring back to the board for approval. In other words, you're not asking to authorize Dr. Grimacy to sign a purchase contract.
No.
You're asking for authorization for Dr. Grimacy and attorneys to negotiate a purchase contract, bring it back to the board for approval.
Correct.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, Mr. Hensley has seconded. Her motion is to authorize Superintendent Grimacy and Mr. Neil Ramey to work with Moore Montessori on a possible sale of at least $1.6 million for the Southern Pines Elementary School property, with or without other considerations. All right, is there other discussion at this time?
I just have one, and it's about the contract. I noticed that this is not a commercial contract. Will that be will we fix that?
Yes, everything along working with the legal counsel will be properly addressed.
Okay, that's all.
Let me, David, second that. Second.
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
All right, are there other comments at this point?
I have comments. My comments are as follows. During the work session, I applied the exact same standard to the sale of Southern Pines Elementary that I applied to Southern Pines Primary, and that is the maximum value of the property to use to spend on the education of Moore County public school children, or the facility forever be used for free public education, or C, all of the above. That's the exact same standard that I applied for Southern Pines Primary. This is a rare case, as I said in the work session, where we can do C, all of the above. During the work session, I suggested restrictive covenants that I would like to see in conjunction with the sale of the property. Although Moore Montessori has no greater ally in their mission than I, if these restrictive covenants are not in the final offer, I'm not going to, I can't vote for it, and I won't support it. And just to be clear, the restrictive covenants are as follows. The land must forever be used for free public education. Any non-educational income from the property must be used for renovations and/or maintenance of the property, or the income is remitted to Moore County Schools, i.e. any rental income or whatnot will not be used to fund the operations of the school. They can do the maintenance. Moore County Schools always has the right of first refusal, and the final restrictive covenant is if the restricted covenants are ever lifted by a future Board of Education, an amount equal to the current market value is automatically and immediately remitted to the Moore County Board of Education.
All right, I think those are matters that our attorney and Dr. Grimacy will work through with the Montessori attorney as well, and then will be returning to us such that we can make a decision. There may be other considerations as well on their behalf or on our behalf. So thank you for submitting those.
If I could, Madam Chair, I just wanted to say that the Montessori school seems to be the kind of school with a diverse background that I hope will be here in Moore County for a long time. I would echo Mr. Hensley's statement that for he's had several different stipulations in the deed, but for me, it must be that they will forever use that property for free public education. And so long as they do that, then we have essentially a large school, a new school, not so much a new school, but a large school in our midst, and the property will remain an educational property, which is my goal actually for all these properties. So I would hope that the superintendent and the attorney make sure that there is a covenant in the deed that it should be used for free public education, which is what the Montessori school is doing now. Submit.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I call the question.
All right, the question has been called. Actually, I don't think you can call the question.
No, I can't call because I'm sorry.
Someone else will have to call the question.
I call the question.
All right, thank you, Mr. Levy. All right, the question has been called, so we will now proceed to vote. This motion is to authorize Dr. Grimacy and Mr. Ramey to begin negotiations with Moore Montessori Community School for the purchase of Southern Pines Elementary School at a cost of at least $1.6 million with or without additional considerations. All right, all those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, motion carries 7-0.
Hey, Libby, did we have to amend at all for what we did before?
As I stated at the outset, I think by its nature, it's a motion to amend the prior resolution to authorize that. It doesn't mean we have to go in and change the wording of the resolution. It'll be reflected in the minutes that action is. I think we've already sufficiently discussed that it's clear that that's the action that was taken.
Just checking.
Okay, let us proceed on to item G, the new offer to purchase Old Aberdeen Elementary.
Mr. Barat.
Thank you, and just to keep everything moving quickly, at the request of the board, just bringing back what was presented at the work session regarding the disposal of the old Aberdeen Elementary School and the process that had gotten to this point and the consideration of a new offer of $800,000 in an as-is condition. And I'm here to respond to any questions that you may have.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to accept the offer to accept the offer of $800,000 from Pathfinder Investment Management to initiate the upset bid process.
So moved.
Point of information, this still means that the final bid we can reject.
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
Okay.
I second.
All right, motion by Ms. Thompson, second by Mr. Dennison. Is there any further discussion?
Call the question.
All right, the question has been called. All those in favor of the motion to proceed with Pathfinder Investment, raise your right hand. Opposed? Seeing none, motion carries 7-0. All right, at this time, we will now move to the superintendent's report.
I have nothing to add to that which has been shared by staff at the work session and this evening, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we can continue on then with board comments. We'll start with Mr. Hensley's end.
I have no additional comments.
Okay, Mr. Dennison.
No comments.
Mr. Levy.
Yes, I just wanted to say a Merry Christmas to everyone and to the entirety of Moore County and to Moore County schools. And for those people who don't celebrate Christmas, a happy Hanukkah, a good Kwanzaa, and peace on earth, goodwill toward all people. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes. No comments. Ms. Caldwell.
Let me get out my book. No, I'm just kidding. I have nothing.
Ms. Thompson.
I don't have any.
All right, as we wrap it up, I just want to add that as we discuss the reopening of schools today, we all know that we want our children back in the classrooms, but we want our children back in the classrooms in a safe, supportive environment. We must note that returning to the classroom could change at a moment's notice. The governor could order us back to virtual schooling. We could have massive COVID outbreaks that would require schools to shut down. The future is unpredictable. Although we are seeing that children are not affected to great extent by the virus, we still have to staff these schools, and we staff them with teachers and custodians and bus drivers and cafeteria workers. And these are the people who are susceptible to the virus. So we want them to know that we do hear from these folks who are very concerned about being back in the classroom for 5 days of instruction with overcrowding, to be the teacher that faces a fourth grade with 32 students, knowing you cannot social distance, and you're sharing lunchtime when masks are off. It is a very difficult situation. So we do hear them, and we know that it is difficult to ask this of them, but that we appreciate the fact that they will step up yet again and make the difference. And I, like Mr. Levy, would like to wish everyone a healthy and happy holiday season to everyone connected with our Moore County schools. So upon that note, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
All right.
You beat it.
The motion came from over here. Motion by Mr. Holmes, second by Ms. Caldwell.
Yeah, second.
Okay. All those in favor? So raise your right hand. All right. Thank you.
Sorry, Ed.